blinds, and all the shattered glass.
Okay, and once again, you don't know the origin of that shattered glass, is that correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 182.
Going to be another photograph of this window. You can see the window down here, the window frame that had been removed from the original housing here, and it's just down here on the floor.
And did you photograph the damage to the window frame when it was in that position?
Yes.
Showing you exhibit 183.
Okay, yes, this is a bullet defect that's in the window frame.
And 184.
Another bullet defect in the window frame.
And 185.
Closer view of the defect in the window frame.
And would you describe the defect in a little more detail? Let's tell us if it gave you an idea about where the bullet came from, the other side of the window frame or from this side of the window frame.
Correct. So in this one, we can tell that the directionality of the bullet traveling through this window frame, it was coming from outside to inside. So if you could kind of imagine that this is the side that's facing the classroom. So this would be the back side facing the exterior, facing the outside of the building. And you can see the directionality of the bullet coming in. You can see how it bent the metal as it comes through.
State's Exhibit 186.
This is going to be a picture of, this is one of our, another one of the Texas Rangers holding the window frame in place in that window housing.
And 187.
Just a closer photograph of the same thing.
And 188.
Another photograph of that window being held in place.
Okay. Just kind of a side note, 187, if we could go back one. Just in the background, there's a car parked there.
Here?
Yes. And then 188. Is the car gone?
Yes.
What explains the difference in that?
This was a long process doing all of these, so we photographed it at different intervals, different times. So I believe we were there working this particular side, this west side of this building, for 2 or 3 days. So at any given time during that 2 or 3 days, cars may have come and gone. We really weren't paying attention to those outside. We were just worried about trying to place this window frame back in its place and photographing and documenting first off how we found it, and then how the bullets would have entered this window.
Thank you. And Exhibit 189.
It's going to be a close-up of a bullet defect in the glass.
190.
This is going to be a photograph of one of the bullet defects in the window frame.
And also, does that tell you the origin, whether it's inside the room or outside the room?
As far as direction?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it shows that the bullet
190?
did come from the outside and coming to the interior of the window. You can see the directionality. You can see how the metal again bent around the bullet, and it shows the direction of the bullet.
And Exhibit 191.
It's going to be a closer view of the bullet defect.
And the defect on the opposite side of that window frame, does it appear smaller than the defect on this side of the window frame?
It does.
And what's the explanation for that?
When a bullet passes through a surface, depending on lots of factors, depending on the surface it's passing through, depending on the bullet itself, typically a bullet sometimes will expand as it goes through a surface like this. So as it went through the exterior coming in, this bullet, whether it was the bullet itself actually expanding or some of the shrapnel and some of the other stuff breaking off of the bullet, some of the bullet fragments, caused a much larger hole on this opposite side.
So a bullet going through a soft object may maintain its integrity, But if it hits a hard object, it may expand and fragment.
It could. I think there are a lot of variables with both of those, with the composition of the bullet and the composition of the whatever it's passing through.
Fair enough. Exhibit 192.
Just going to be another, this is one of the trajectory rods coming through a bullet defect, showing it passing from the exterior to the interior.
And 193.
Another photograph, another bullet defect with a trajectory rod showing the direction of travel from the outside to the inside.
And is it slightly elevated also?
Yes.
And what does that say about the position of where the gun was in comparison to the window?
So this would indicate that the muzzle of the rifle, the weapon, where the bullet was fired from, would have been a little bit lower on the outside. It would have been a little bit lower in elevation as it fired, and the bullet passed through, coming in and going at an upward angle into the classroom.
And when we looked at exhibits 102, is that consistent then with fragments ending up in the ceiling?
I believe so, yes.
State's exhibit 194.
This is going to be a photograph inside the classroom, standing back by the window, looking back at the door, the entrance door, and you can see some of our evidence markers up here with some of the trajectory rods inside some of the bullet defects. Around the door here, you can see some of our evidence markers indicating bullet defects on that wall.
So did you find that these defects were directly across from the window?
Yes.
And then we close in on those defects, is that correct?
Correct.
Showing you exhibit 195.
Just a closer angle of these bullet defects on the ceiling and the wall.
And 196.
More of an overall photograph of standing back by the window again, showing the bullet defects on the ceiling and the wall by the entrance door.
And it may be light there, but do your rods appear there also?
Yes.
Showing you 197.
This will be a closer view of the bullet defects. You can actually see one of the pink rods right there.
And 198.
Closer view of the, these are the bullet defects that are, so here's the door. So the window would be back this way from the screen. So you can see the actual trajectory rods going in to some of these bullet defects in the ceiling tiles.
Exhibit 199.
Another photograph from a different angle of some of the bullet defects in the ceiling tiles. Yes. Another angle, another photograph showing bullet defects of various sizes, whether they were complete bullets or bullet fragments or actual shrapnel from glass from the window frame. It's hard to tell exactly, but you can tell some of the directionality of how they're moving.
And exhibit 201.
Just a closer photograph of one of the bullet defects in the ceiling tiles.
Exhibit 202.
This is going to be a photograph of some more of the bullet defects in the ceiling tiles.
And 203.
This is a closer view of one of the bullet defects in the ceiling tile.
Okay. So there were a number of defects in the ceiling tile, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. 204.
This is going to be another photograph of a bullet defect in the ceiling tile. You can see another defect over here on this side.
And 206.
Another bullet defect in the ceiling tile.
And 207.
another bullet defect in the ceiling tile.
Backing off from that then, in Exhibit 208, is this giving us a general view of the room? 204.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
This is 208. Thank you. Could you tell us what 208 is?
As far as the classroom?
Yes, sir. And do your yellow marker or tents appear there?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of those yellow markers or tents?
These are going to be showing either bullet fragments or some type of shrapnel, some type of object that came from whenever the bullets were fired into the windows.
Would you take a second just to show us the tents that you see in that photograph?
Yes. So there's number 12 right here. I think that's going to be number 5 right there. Can't really tell. But these are items that we found on the desks. Over here, there's going to be closer to the window, there's going to be more evidence markers indicating bullet fragments or some type of shrapnel that we thought was related to the bullets coming in through the windows or the window frames.
And Exhibit 209, does that show some of those markers better?
Yes.
And would you show us where those are?
Yes. These are the markers closer to the window that we just saw in the previous photograph. This one is actually going to be another bullet fragment closer to the entrance door of the classroom, marked number 4.
Exhibit 210?
It's going to be a closer angle of Exhibit 4 and Exhibit 3.
And Exhibit 211?
Going to be a closer photograph of Exhibit 3, which is a bullet fragment.
212?
Just a photograph of Exhibit 4, which is going to be another apparent bullet fragment.
And 213, is that a close-up of that?
Yes.
214?
Going to be evidence marker number 5 with an exhibit right there.
And is 215 a close-up of that?
Yes.
And what is?
So at the scene, it was kind of hard to differentiate right offhand whenever we were right there on the scene. So could this have been shrapnel from one of the mini blinds, or could it have been shrapnel from the window frame, or could it have been a bullet fragment? We weren't sure at that exact moment, so we went ahead, erred on the side of caution to mark it as just an item that obviously should not have been there, and it came as a result of the bullets passing through the windows or the window frame.
So whether it's bullet fragment or shades or the aluminum frame, it's a piece of metal that's flying through the air of room 104, is that correct?
Correct.
And 216?
It's going to be just another view of some of the evidence markers next, closer to the window.
And 217?
It's going to be evidence markers number 6 and number 7. And we're going to see a piece of either bullet fragment or shrapnel here. And the same
218, does that close up on number 6?
Yes.
And from looking at that, can you tell the origin of that?
In hindsight, it looks more like a piece of the mini blind, maybe a piece of shrapnel that came from the bullet defect, but at the time we didn't know if it was a piece of a metal jacket coming from one of the bullets or if it was a piece of the mini blind.
Thank you. 219?
It's just a closer photograph of it.
And 220?
It's going to be evidence markers number 7, number 8, and number 9.
And marker 8, is that next to a paper airplane?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Exhibit 221.
It's going to be another piece of evidence that we found, actually a couple of little pieces here, marked number 8.
And 222.
It's going to be evidence markers 8, 9, and 11, indicating some of the items that we found on the floor close to the window.
Exhibit 223.
It's going to be another piece of debris, whether it's shrapnel or a bullet fragment, closer to the window.
224.
This is going to be just a photograph of evidence markers 9, 10, and 11. We actually had to pull this bookcase out to see that, and obviously this is the window frame. The window would have been in this location over here.
And for a reference marker, the tent number 10, is that closest to the wall?
Yes.
So looking at 225, can you tell us which marker this belongs to?
That's going to be, I believe that's going to be number 10 right here. So this is the wall. It's on the floor here, and this is a piece of it appears to be a piece of a copper jacket from a bullet. So it'd be a bullet fragment, but it would be the piece of the copper jacket that covers that lead core of the bullet.
And 226.
Just another photograph of 8, 9, 10, and 11.
227.
It's going to be a piece of debris on the floor with our evidence marker there showing the size of it.
228.
It's going to be this is a photograph of the desk area. This is going to be the entrance door into the classroom. So to orient the jury, this photograph would have been taken closer from the window area, looking back toward the door, and evidence marker 5 and 12 on these desks.
229.
It's going to be a close-up of exhibit number 12.
And then 230.
It's going to be a piece of debris, either a jacket or a piece of mini blind, some type of shrapnel that was found on the desk.
And 231.
This is going to be a photograph looking close to the entrance door, or from the entrance door of the classroom, looking back toward the window, but they had these double doors that went into the classroom next door to it. So these doors are open. So this is going to be some of the evidence markers that are there, and some of the things that we found on the floor, on the desk, and some of those other evidence markers were over there that y'all saw earlier.
So those internal doors allow 2 different classrooms to access 2 different classrooms.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
You could come in one door and then go into the other classroom by this adjoining door.
Correct.
Exhibit 232.
It's going to be a close-up of, or a photograph of evidence marker number 13.
And 233.
It's going to be a closer up of some of the shrapnel or bullet fragment labeled number 13 that's on the floor.
Exhibit 234.
This is going to be the entrance door to that classroom. You can see bullet defects on the wall over here, and you can see one of our trajectory rods stuck in one of those bullet defects.
And exhibit 235.
That's going to be a bullet defect that hit the door frame. It did not go through the door frame, it just hit right there and made a defect, made basically like a dent in that metal door frame. You can see where it knocked the paint off, but there's a definite indentation from where the bullet hit it.
236.
That's going to be a closer angle or a closer view of that bullet defect.
And 237.
It's going to be kind of a zooming out photograph again of some of the bullet defects on the wall by the door.
238.
That's going to be a bullet defect on the right side of the door.
And 239.
It's going to be it appeared that it's going to be a piece of a copper jacket that surrounded the lead core of the bullet. It's embedded in the wall right here.
And 240.
This is going to be a couple of bullet defects that are on top of the door.
241.
Another view of those bullet defects with one of our trajectory rods in this one on the left.
And 242. We now move to the hallway.
Yes, this is going to be bullet defects that are outside the door. So to orient the jury again, if the windows are on the exterior of the building, going to the door that's on that wall, this is going to be in the hallway on the opposite side of that wall. You can see where one of the bullets came through, created a defect right here and right there.
And did you, well, let me just show you 243. Is that a close-up of that defect?
Yes.
And can you tell directionality from that defect?
Yes, it's coming from exterior, through the windows, through the classroom, through the wall on the opposite side into the hallway.
Exhibit 244.
This is going to be one of our trajectory rods going through that bullet defect, coming from the classroom into the hallway.
Showing a slightly upward angle once again.
Correct.
245.
This is going to be a trajectory rod coming from that bullet defect, and it caused that bullet defect on the ceiling. So this is the wall in the hallway, and this is the ceiling in the hallway. So that bullet came through the wall and made a bullet defect right there on the ceiling.
And does 246 show then the defect in the ceiling?
Yes.
And did that conclude then your investigation as to the room 204 and the defects that went through that room?
Yes.
So did you next move to room 105?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 247.
Okay, this is a diagram of the building again. Room 105 is highlighted in yellow here.
And was there any defects from outside to inside in room 105?
I believe there were.
You did. Let's go through that. 248. Could you tell us what that is?
Yes, so this is going to be a photograph from outside in the hallway of room 105, and we have a bullet defect right there.
And 249.
So this is going to be a view of room 105 from the area of the entrance door, and you can see some of our evidence markers here.
Okay. And is there a window there that is not in its complete form?
Yes.
And do you know how it was destroyed?
I wasn't there when it happened, so I don't know exactly.
Okay. And how many markers came out of room 105? Just these two?
Just these two.
Okay. Exhibit 250? I guess I'm closing up on the window there at that point.
Yes, that's going to be a view of it's going to be that window there, but our evidence markers are going to be right here on this TV stand.
And what is in front of that window?
That is a bookcase that's been turned over.
And if it were upright, could you access the window?
No.
And if it's knocked over, could you access the window?
Yes.
Exhibit 251.
That's going to be a photograph of the TV stand with our two exhibits, our markers.
Exhibit 252.
And it's another photograph of the TV stand with our evidence markers.
And Exhibit 253.
It's going to be a closer view of evidence marker number 1. Here's the TV, and it's on the TV stand.
And Exhibit 252? No, 254, excuse me.
It's a closer view of a bullet fragment that was found on this TV stand.
And 255.
This is going to be a bullet defect that was directly above the TV stand. You can see our evidence of the sticky adhesive marker on the ceiling tile right here, and that's the bullet defect.
And Exhibit 256.
There is the piece of shrapnel or bullet fragment that is embedded in the ceiling tile.
Exhibit 257.
That's going to be that's a view, a photograph view standing near the front door, near the entrance door of the classroom, looking back to the right at this wall. So this wall would be adjacent to the hallway. Just on the opposite side of this wall would be the hallway.
And on the opposite side of that hallway, would that be room 102, excuse me. I've lost the numbers, 1 second. 111, excuse me.
Yes.
And Exhibit 258.
This is going to be a bullet defect in the wall. Again, on the opposite side of this wall is going to be the hallway.
And Exhibit 259.
That's going to be a closer angle of the bullet defect in that wall.
And Exhibit 260.
This is going to be a view from the hallway looking into the classroom 105.
And 261.
That's going to be what appears to be a bullet defect from outside in the hallway, looking at the top left corner of that door going into 105.
And once again, across from that room would be 111, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So based on the glass being shattered in this room 105, as well as these defects in the walls, are you able to determine the origin of that one fragment in 105?
The one fragment, so the windows in this room were not shattered by bullets coming from the exterior to the interior. This one appears that the bullet came from the inside, from traveling into this room from the hallway, going into the room. So it was from the interior of the building.
And how are you able to exclude that it didn't come from the shattered window?
Because there were no bullet defects that we found in the window
itself. Okay. Pass the witness.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Ranger, we briefly shook hands yesterday, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, my name is Nico Hood. I represent Adrian, one of 3 lawyers who represent Adrian. You've done this before. You've testified, so I'm just going to jump right in.
Sure.
Okay. You're obviously qualified as a trajectory analyst, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described to the jury yesterday what that is, but you're trying to determine pathway of a bullet, a trajectory analysis, from its origin to its endpoint, correct?
Correct.
And often they use your skill set with wound path analysis, right?
Yes.
Right, because it's the next step. If somebody unfortunately is struck by that trajectory, then the wound path should match the trajectory of the starting point and the end point where it rested.
Yes.
Okay. What training does an individual like yourself go through to do this type of analysis?
Well, as a Texas Ranger, we all have to go through a 3-week advanced crime scene school. We do lots of continuing education throughout our careers. One of the schools that I went to was a 10-week course of study at the University of Tennessee, the National Forensic Academy. That included shooting reconstruction, and those are the main, I guess, the main educational courses that I've been through.
Okay. And I think you said it on direct. I mean, this is not an exact science.
Are you talking about what, tracing the path of a bullet?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, bad question. Yes, sir. The tracing the path.
Bullets do weird things sometimes.
I know
yes.
you just said that yesterday. They do. And so they're educated guesses.
Yes.
And you said they can go in a million different directions. Once it hits something, bullets are just, they do things that are weird.
They can.
Often unexplainable.
Yes.
Okay. So now I want to direct your attention back to what you did there. And so you did this analysis. Is this the extent of what you did during your assignment or your duties of what you were given?
Are you talking about at Robb Elementary?
Yes, sir. At Robb, from the rooms that you looked for evidence, is that's all you did?
I did a few other things there, but that was my main assignment.
Did you have anybody assist you in this endeavor?
There were some other rangers that assisted, yes.
Okay. So you made the determination that the majority of the defects that you saw on the west side of the building came from outside.
Correct.
And you were mentioning things about the frame of the window and the indentation of the entrance versus the exit. That's called beveling, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And will you explain to the jury what beveling is?
So beveling is, again, like, I guess, could we pull up that photograph of
Sure.
one of the window frames?
Which number? What do you remember what number that is? Any one of the window frames?
Yes. Any one of them showing that exterior defect and the interior defect.
They're right here. 183. For the record, Judge, it states Exhibit 183, 184, and 185. I think we have it here. That's 183, Ranger.
That will work. Your Honor, may I approach the screen?
Yes, sir.
So in this one, if the bullet were to come from the exterior of the window, so from this side of the window coming out, this is an exit defect. So as it passes through this, surface, it makes the entrance defect and the exit defect. It bends the metal like I talked about earlier. It doubles it out. So kind of makes it to where you can tell the direction. As the bullet passes through this surface, it bends the metal coming out.
And so, thank you, sir. You got to see. And so, an entrance defect is smaller and cleaner. Is that a fair statement?
Generally speaking.
Yes, sir. Generally, and then an exit defect is usually larger and not as clean.
Correct.
I mean, irregular, I guess is the better word to use.
Yes.
Okay. And this is why you said, I think at the end of your testimony, that there were some defects in room, I thought it was room 105, that you believed were coming from the inside of the building.
Yes.
And when you use those trajectory rods, they're trying to trace back. So you're kind of start from the end point. You have to know where the entrance and the exit is, or the beginning and the ending. And you're trying to connect those lines together, and that's why that rod needs to be straight.
Correct.
You can also use a laser.
Yes.
When does someone like you decide when to use a laser or a rod?
I could have used a laser here. There were so many bullet defects, but you can use a laser at any time during this process.
And that's just more of a preference?
Yes.
Is one more reliable than the other one?
Well, lasers are obviously, they're going to be straight. Rods, you do have a little bit of play in them. Sometimes we have the plastic cones that you can put inside of a bullet defect that the trajectory rod will fit in, so it kind of centers it more in the bullet defect itself.
And on two different occasions, at least that I heard, you talked about the trajectory of the bullet going through a window, through a classroom, through a hallway, or into a ceiling. It kept traveling.
Correct.
Is that correct? And so when you see what appears to be the end of the trajectory, it could have kept going. You never know, right?
Unless, I'm sorry, if you...
What I'm saying is, if you saw a defect in the ceiling tile, you obviously don't know the bullet kept going. You didn't find the actual bullet.
Some of those, yes. There were some defects up above the ceiling tiles. Sometimes it was hard to determine exactly where they came to rest, but passing through those ceiling tiles, yeah, there was rafters up there and all kinds of things.
And just as a side note, the government's not going to contest us on this. The person responsible for these defects and causing this damage is dead, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's not Adrian sitting at the table with us.
No, to my knowledge, no, absolutely not.
And you're correct, by the way.
Yes.
And so, at some point in your investigation, or you're part of this investigation, you heard that from the inside of the school, there were some rounds that went outside one of the windows, on the back side, on the east side.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Room 111 and room 112 had there was a bullet or bullets that went out of the building from 111.
I did not do any of the evidence gathering or evidence analysis in rooms 111 and 112.
But you understand there was defects outside of the building.
Are you talking about that came from 111 or 112?
Yes, sir.
Just maybe what I've heard through some of the other investigation, but I did not. I did very little in rooms 111 and 112 past identification of the victims.
But you would agree that you are considered and you have testified as an expert in trajectory analysis in the past?
Yes.
Okay. So may I approach the witness?
Yes. Yes.
Ranger, I'm handing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 2 for identification only.
Okay.
You recognize Defense 2, do you not?
I do not.
Okay. Would you let me get a bigger, I stay one.
Okay.
Thank you, Jason. I'm also showing you, Ranger, State's Exhibit 1. Now, this is Robb Elementary.
Okay.
Do you recognize it? Okay.
Yes.
She has to type all this down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And this is the west side of Robb Elementary?
Yes.
And this would be considered the south side?
Yes.
And this is the east side?
Yes.
And then room 111 roughly, this is the state's exhibit, but is in here, room 111 and 112 on the east side?
Yes.
And these are what they call wings of the building. These are extra buildings on the campus?
Yes.
And you might not know, but they're lettered from A to E. This would be Echo E, correct?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay, yes. Yeah, well, they're lettered. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And so on Defense Exhibit 2, this is a close-up of what? Would you agree that's a close-up of a defect? Regardless of where it's at, that's a defect.
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And did you do the analysis on Defense Exhibit 2? I'm sorry, Defense Exhibit 2 defect?
I did not.
Do you know if anybody did the analysis on Defense Exhibit 2 defect from Building E?
I don't know.
Are you aware that these are metal buildings, so defects or trajectories will affect metal different than other surfaces?
I'd say that's a fair statement.
And metal is metal is not a cover. I mean, it's more concealment. It's not going to protect you from a bullet.
Depends on what kind of metal. Are you talking about like the thin metal building?
The thin metal buildings, yes, sir.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Judge, this time we'd like to offer into evidence Defense Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
I don't believe he been able to identify it. He said he didn't work on that defect, he didn't see it. If they're offering just to say it's a defect, I have no objection.
Well, yeah, they're gonna want it in later, I'm sure, so we want it in.
I don't know, do you have an
Yes,
objection?
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
Can we call this to the jury, Judge?
Yes?
Okay, so that defect right there, if that were to be on the top part, because that's where the electrical is, on the top part of building E, then they, excuse me, you testified earlier that whenever there's a defect up higher, usually the source of that trajectory is lower, correct?
I think it depends on each circumstance. I mean, depending on what other evidence is present to indicate that the muzzle of that weapon would have been lower.
Sure. I mean, obviously, if somebody was in a building shooting down, that could be a possibility,
Yes.
right? But there are no buildings higher than this structure around Robb Elementary that you recall.
That I can recall now.
So if somebody is on the ground and the muzzle is lower and shooting up, then the defect would be higher on the building.
Generally speaking, yes.
Right. And you yourself, hopefully we'll get someone else to talk about this, but you yourself did not, that's not your evidence there, your
That's
evidence
correct.
marker.
No.
But a defect on a building like that, behind a structure that had a lot of gunfire, it would be very difficult to pinpoint where that came from. Was that a fair statement?
I think there's a lot of variables with that. It would kind of depend on if there's another corresponding defect on the opposite side of that wall, or even within that wall, if we could see where the bullet passed through this surface and made contact with another surface. If there is a corresponding defect, that gives us 2 points of reference to put a trajectory rod or a laser.
But correct, that is right. Okay, but and you don't know if that was done on this defect.
I do not.
If somebody on the east side, may I approach, Judge?
Yes?
If somebody on the east side in front of this building, sorry, the west side.
South?
This is south, I'm so sorry, Ranger, you're right, I'm wrong. So on the south side of the building, correct, made a claim that there were multiple shots fired at that individual. Is it fair to say that we should see defects like this multiple times in this area?
Okay, can you, I guess, repeat that? I want to make sure my logistics are correct.
That's okay. If somebody, as an expert, if somebody is claiming there are multiple shots on the west side of the building here, in front of this structure.
This is the west side.
No, I'm getting myself confused. You're right. This is the west, on the south side of the building.
Okay, so if a suspect is, or if a person is here,
If a witness is on the south side of the building,
okay,
claiming that a suspect fired multiple rounds at them on the south side of the building,
okay,
we should see defects somewhere in one of these buildings, E, D, or even C.
if it struck one of those buildings, yes. I mean, obviously it could pass through as well, but if it struck one of those buildings, that would make sense. That would be logical.
But but also let's talk about the pass through, because you said something. If those rounds passed through, there would be defects passed in structures behind that, right?
Correct.
So in my initially confusing example, sorry about that. If somebody was on the south side of Robb Elementary and made a claim that a suspect shot multiple rounds at this individual, we should see defects here. And that you said initially, yes.
Possibly, yes.
Unless they passed through, but then we should see defects here.
If it struck that, not necessarily, because again, bullets do weird things. Depending on the trajectory of it, if it's going higher and over the building, if it goes lower and into the ground, there may be a bullet in the ground. So in that general direction, if it's on a level plane, generally speaking, shooting from that direction to this direction, again, perfect conditions, level plane, yes, there may be some bullet defects on these buildings over here.
Yeah, and bullets don't just go forever, right?
Correct.
And that's the reason why on New Year, there's many warnings that people don't shoot a gun up in the air, because that bullet to get shot up, even though they don't intend this, has to come down somewhere.
Correct.
So bullets shot in directions, they have to go somewhere. They don't just disappear.
Correct.
Okay. And so that's all I was saying. If somebody is on the south side claiming a suspect shot multiple rounds this way, multiple, not one, multiple rounds, we should see some defects over here.
Possibly.
I want to direct your attention because I think the government asked you a little bit about where some shells were laid. Hold on one second, Ranger, I'm sorry. Before I move on to the shells where they were laying, but seeing defects on structures behind the example that I gave you would corroborate this individual's, in our examples, claim that they were shot at multiple times on the south side of the building.
If that were a bullet defect that you showed me, yes, that would lend credence to that.
Not that one particularly. I'm just saying, if in my example before that, we talked about an individual making the claim that there were multiple shots at them. There should be, if there were defects in the structures behind that person, that would corroborate the person's claim that they were shot at multiple times.
If those defects were present, yes.
Yes, sir. Now, I want to direct your attention now to some pictures the government went over with you yesterday on the placement of some outside shells. And when I say shells, that's the casing, right?
Yes.
So when a gun is fired, if it's a semi-automatic, it has to extract the shell once the bullet is.
Correct.
If I have a revolver, that's not going to happen.
Correct.
And a revolver involves a double action where you pull and it winds it up, and then the hammer comes down and hits the primer, and the bullet will go out.
Correct.
But there's not going to be an extraction of a shell because it's going to stay in the cylinder.
That's correct.
And in the old days, the Rangers used to carry single sixes, right, where you have to pull it back every time and then shoot. It's a single action.
It's been a few years, but yes.
Well, yes, you don't look that old, trust me. But now a semi-automatic is where someone can pull the trigger repeatedly, and then it will continue to be fed in through the magazine. It's not a clip, it's a magazine, and the bullet will be sent out, and then the casing or the shell will be extracted.
Yes.
And every weapon has a different, well, depending on the manufacturer, a different extracting mechanism.
Yes.
Handguns extract their shells different than maybe a long rifle.
Yes.
And when I mean long rifle, what do we mean when we use the term long rifle?
A long rifle is usually just going to be a larger weapon. It's going to have a stock and a longer barrel on it.
Do we call a deer rifle a long rifle?
Yes.
But we also call an AR-15 or an AK-47 a long rifle as well.
Correct.
And so with a long rifle that's not a bolt action, which is a deer rifle is a bolt action, right?
Correct. Well, some of them are, yes.
Some of them are, right? Some are semi-automatic these days.
Yes.
But when I was hunting younger, it's bolt action where you shoot it and then you pull the bolt up, you enter another shell, another round in there, and then you can fire it.
Yes.
Okay. But an AR-15 is a semi-automatic.
Correct.
And so you can shoot that weapon as fast as you can move your finger.
Correct.
And so when you're doing that, casings are being extracted.
Correct.
May I stand up briefly, Judge?
Yes, sir.
And so there's a difference if one of these officers or yourself is tactically holding the rifle in your armpit, if you're coming into a room, versus, and I'm not making light of this at all, the only thing I can think of is like a Rambo where you're holding it low, shooting.
Okay.
Okay, so if I'm coming in this way, and if I'm in the same position, I'll come up here so the jury can see. If I'm in the same position and I'm shooting, I'm only going low because in my head I don't even like to pretend to point a weapon at somebody. So if I'm coming down and I'm shooting this way, it's going to extract the shells this way differently than if I was holding it perhaps Rambo style.
Generally speaking, on ejection of those cartridges,
yes,
like that, I think there's a lot of variables that go into that, and I think there have been, my experience in training, there's been a lot of studies saying that, are they going to all be the same? No, they're not going to be the same.
Right, but what I'm saying is if I shoot from here and I do another round of firing from here, because of the distance of where I'm holding the weapon and the angle of where I'm holding the barrel or the muzzle, that it's going to extract the casings perhaps in a different location.
Perhaps, but I think that'd be difficult for me to say
Okay.
accurately.
Well, I guess that's another point. It's just difficult for anyone to say accurately where shells are at. We have to look at the totality of the circumstances. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And that's a term of art in law enforcement. Is that a
Yes.
fair statement?
Definitely.
What does the totality of the circumstances mean? Will you explain that to the jury, please?
So totality of the circumstances means that you just have to take everything into consideration. There are going to be a ton of variables in any circumstance, and any of those variables could affect the outcome.
And what happens if we don't take everything into consideration when we're looking at a situation?
You could possibly miss evidence and get it wrong.
Yeah, and that's right. And so the goal is not to get it wrong. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. And so now I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 112. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
And so this is the west side of Robb Elementary,
Yes.
and then this is the south side of Robb Elementary.
Correct.
Okay. And then we can see there's these AC units here, correct?
Yes.
And so if someone is behind the AC units and somebody was shooting from behind this fort, those AC units would depending on how strong they are, either cover or concealment for sure.
It could be, yes.
Will you explain to the jury what the difference is between cover and concealment?
So cover and concealment, it's a term that we use whenever we're talking about basically trying to get out of the way of a bullet. If I had a sheetrock wall between me and someone who's shooting at me, that would be more cover, that would be more concealment rather than cover. Cover is if it were a brick wall, like a cinder block wall, something that a bullet couldn't pass through, that's good cover. A sheetrock wall, that's going to be concealment. I'm hidden, but that bullet can still go through that surface.
So the concealment is you're concealed, so it's harder for me to aim at you. Cover means you're protected.
Correct.
In a fair sense. So if somebody was shooting here, and give me some hypotheticals,
Okay.
then that person, if there was someone behind these AC units, I would have to stand out. If that shooter would have to stand out over here into the grass to get a different angle and line of sight.
I think that's fair. Yes.
We explain to the jury what line of sight means.
Line of sight just basically means what you can see.
And and that's one of so you don't ever shoot at something you can't see if you're trying to safely shoot, correct?
Correct.
And so if there was someone behind these AC units, I would have to move out to the right of them, go further south to get line of sight on somebody on the other side.
That's accurate.
And if I was shooting, now hypothetical, if I was shooting at someone on the other side of those AC units, and I was discharging a semi-automatic, we would see these casings further south. Is that a fair statement?
Not necessarily. Again, there's going to be variables on where the person was standing, how the weapon was held.
Well, that's what I was asking you earlier, right?
Sure.
Okay. So let me make real specific. If I'm trying to shoot someone on the other side of these AC units, we've talked about that I would need a better line of sight, so I would, in our hypothetical, would move south, correct?
Correct.
In our hypothetical, if I moved south to shoot, what evidence, if you were trying to prove that I shot at that person, what evidence would you look for of me shooting at that person behind the AC units?
Of course, cartridges, the ejected cartridges are going to tell the general area where someone is.
One step at a time. That's
Okay.
right. So that's my point. If I was further south, you would see ejected cartridges even more south.
Possibly, yes.
Quite possible. I mean, the wind can't. Just so they understand, if I'm shooting a semi-automatic and the casings are coming out, even if it was windy, the wind is not going to blow the casings over to my left.
I've been in some crazy wind, but it would have to be
Then you're from West Texas, right?
It would have to be a crazy wind.
Right. It'd have to be crazy wind, right?
Yes.
Okay. Crazy wind. Okay. So if I'm shooting over here, then we should see some cartridges to the right of me.
Possibly, yes.
Possibly. That's an answer, because you have to answer that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're not being difficult.
I'm not trying to.
And I know you're not. And so if these casings are here, then most possibly the shooter was over here to the left, more west.
I'd say that is possible.
Probably more possible.
It's
More
possible.
likely than not. Is that fair? More likely
I would
than
say
not.
it's more likely that they're over there than rather than over there.
Correct. And in your knowledge, there were no casings found further down south.
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, I want to direct your attention really quickly before I pass you to gunfire echo. You're familiar with gunfire echo, correct?
Yes.
We explained to the jury what gunfire echo is?
Are you talking about in reference to how it comes off of
Yes, sir, exactly.
buildings?
Yes, sir.
Depending on how many buildings are around or your particular surroundings, it's just an echo. It's just like if you yell, there's going to be an echo. If there's gunfire, there's going to be an echo for that as well.
And may I approach, Judge?
Yes, sir.
And we can see around Robb Elementary, there are buildings, including Robb Elementary, that could have had this gunfire echo. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
So if somebody is shooting on the west side of Robb Elementary, which we know happened, that most likely, possibly, would create gunfire echoes.
It could.
And do you know now in your investigation that there were 3 officers over here on the corner of Grove and Geraldine?
I'm not familiar with that.
If there were, in a hypothetical as an expert, and they claimed they were being shot at, we should see some evidence of them being shot at. Was that a fair statement?
Possibly if the bullets struck something.
Right. So if they're being shot at, there should be possible evidence of things being struck.
Possibly. Yes.
But even if they weren't being shot at, it's reasonable. They could have thought they were being shot at because of the echo.
I guess that's a possibility.
Possible. If somebody is on the south side of the building, in our earlier example, and let's say we don't see evidence that they were being shot at multiple times, it's possible they thought they were being shot at if somebody was shooting on the west side of the building.
That's possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ranger. Oh, hold on. I'm not going to pass you yet. Hold on. But in general, echo can distort location of a shooter.
It can.
Thank you, sir. Pass the witness, Judge.
112, I think, is the last thing we talked about. From this exhibit, you were talking about line of fire. You recall that testimony?
The line of sight?
Sight.
Yes.
Okay. From the foreground or the bottom of this photograph, exhibit 112, is do you see the 2 white police cars?
Yes.
And would you point those out? Here's your marker still here.
Your Honor, can I approach the screen?
Yes, sir.
There's going to be one right here. Going to be one right here.
And is there a building behind that first
Yes.
vehicle that you pointed to?
Building right here behind this patrol car.
Is that in a line of sight?
Yes.
And to the right of that, been described as a playground.
Over here?
Yes. Is that in the line of sight?
From this area?
Yes.
Yes.
So if you're holding a gun could be shot down that line of sight into the playground, into that building, or in the direction of where those 2 white police cars were.
Yes.
Thank you. That's the witness.
And in your investigation, you can stay right there, yes, sir. In your investigation, you had not heard of, or you did not see yourself or collect any evidence of gunfire at the playground or at the pavilion.
Correct. I did not.
So there are no defects in the playground. There's no defects in the pavilion, correct?
That I don't know. I did not examine those. I didn't collect any evidence over there, but I didn't go over there to look.
But you've not even heard of any evidence being collected over there.
I have not.
Thank you, Ranger. Pass the witness, Judge.
Mr. Turner, what else?
No further questions, Judge.
Okay, see, subject to recall, either side.
Not by us.
No, Judge.
Okay, Ranger, you are excused. The rule has been invoked, so please don't discuss the case until you're aware it's over.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Your next one.
Ranger Torres.
This is the main packet of photographs. I don't know if you want the jury to sit.
Hey, I want to welcome everybody in. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you guys. Good to see y'all. All that good stuff. Hope you guys are having a good Friday.
So let's take your morning break. Early. Take 15 minutes, and I'm going to ask the defense to start looking at those right now. Would everyone rise for the jury, please? Let's go ahead and swear you in, if you would. You solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony to give in this cause will be the truth, so help you God. All right. We're going to let them look at all the photographs, and then we'll get you on the stand in a few minutes, all right? Thank you.
What photographs? Oh, no. They're going to start showing photographs?
You're welcome to sit there or sit out in the gallery.
Oh, my God. Why don't they have this done before?
Okay, so we've been listening to ballistics testimony,
Here she
and obviously the defense
Here
is
she
trying
comes.
to show that there wasn't gunfire on the south side of the building where
Right.
Adrian Gonzales arrived, and there was all this discussion about.
I can't. I gotta mute her. I don't know what he said. Hey, Penny, I'm feeling better. I'm just over here getting ready for next week of this streaming. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to stream this on J for Justice on my other computer, and then so I can go live on Everyday with Jay, you know, while it's streaming all day. I can do lives and stuff. So that's what I'm back here doing. Let me show you a little bit. Don't laugh at me, but I did some cleaning yesterday. Don't laugh at me because I'm straight, like, out of bed. But see, I've got this whole blank area. And I've got to get more sticky stuff to put my Elon. Someone said get rid of Elon, but I can't get rid of Elon. So I gotta get sticky stuff to put Elon and the chili peppers back there. And then I want to find something to put my YouTube plaque there. But so far, I've got my... See, because I don't want the YouTube plaque that tall. Like, I want to be able to bring this down like that. So I think I'm going to put the YouTube plaque. Somehow, I got to figure out how I can hang it here. Hey, Cindy. But yeah, I mean, eventually what I want to do, and I'll show you. So over here, I have this whole wall, right? I got to fix it. So I have these stupid little, you know, the little foam sound things. Well, the sticky things have lost their stickiness. Okay, I've been doing this a long time. Obviously, they've worn out their welcomes. So I've got to redo this. I got to get more sticky things. And I don't know what else. It's a work in progress. But I did get rid of a lot of the clutter. There. We'll cut that out. We'll act like that doesn't exist. Hey, Cherokee girl. Welcome in. I know you guys laugh with me, not at me. I get it. But that's what I've been up to. So I've got to order some of that. They're like little sticky dots. I still have not seen any evidence of this guy yet. I'm waiting for them to show me that this guy did something wrong. That's what I'm waiting for. And that's that. That's what I'm up to. Can you put the YouTube plaque over your right shoulder? Over there. I think I'm going to put it right in the center on the door here. Because this is like a... So I'll give you guys a little thing. This is a closet, okay? This is a closet. So I just have storage in there. And this is like a mirrored closet door, if you will. So I've got to cover it because it reflects. So I can either put more of the tiki stuff on that side, or I can just figure out a way to hang that plaque. But the plaque is really heavy. The 3M tape. I'll have to order some of that today from Amazon. But I got to figure out a way to hold that plaque. And I don't know what. I don't want it to fall. So I don't know what I'm going to do about that yet. I don't know. It looks a little messy behind me, though. Like on this side, it's a little cluttered. I'm not really digging it. Pete Arredondo, he's the guy of the boss. He's the boss of the guy on trial, rather. Cherokee, you live in the county of Uvalde, really? You're laughing, it's because I'm bringing you joy. Good. They do have some super strength sticky tabs. I'm going to have to do some searching. Paint the mirror with black chalkboard paint. That's a good idea. Can you put it under the on-air sign? I could. I could remove that chalkboard thingy. I could put it there. I don't like how that shelf is right behind me. Like, there's just not a whole lot of different angles I can do. Because I got a window here. I got a window here. Got two windows. I've got the closet behind me. The door of the on-air sign is actually a bathroom. So, yeah, then I just have that one wall that I showed you where the things are. Oh, wait, Randy has an idea. Get weighted wire and a plant hanger and suspend it in the air, or go to Five Below and get a shelf for it. Good idea. Gonzales was first on the scene. Supposedly he was seen spotting the subject. Failed to make any interaction before the subject went in the school. I just want to hear it. It is very heavy. It is very heavy. So I don't know. We'll have to figure that one out. Right now it's just on the top of that shelf. So, yeah. I'm so excited. I get my new glasses come tomorrow. Just go on cam with your mods and do a private stream, and you can adjust and see what it looks like on cam and get advice. That's a good idea. In a stud. A stud. Oh, wow, Cherokee. So you were living there when it happened. Sorry for what happened in your community. I sent you an interesting news article on the new school opening in Uvalde. Oh, thank you. Regarding Gonzales, can we talk about this for a second? So, was Summer in here? I always thought that school resource officers were like retired. I mean, I know it's more serious now because of the school shootings, but like, oh, that's Bella. Come here, Bella. Come here. She left me. Because like, I didn't even have a school resource officer when I was growing up. I didn't even have one. I got to make more coffee too. We didn't have a school resource officer So it's like, I always thought they were kind of like, sorry folks, park's closed type cops. Jay, can you put a small shelf to hold the heavy YouTube plaque? I can. The only problem is when I have that sound foam, I don't know how to hang a shelf over that. I wish I had like a whole big wall where I could put just a wall unit, like a whole wall unit behind me, you know, like Trisha style, but nicer. Use the window film. Oh. Good idea. You had a cop in the main lobby. Galen says, sorry I missed the kick stream. I was working late with my patients. Oh, no problem. It's up for 30 days if you want to go watch it. It was really disturbing, actually. And he wasn't even this school's officer, right? He was the high school's. We had a state trooper. Trooper Young was our, like, guy if people got in trouble. But he wasn't there all the time. He was just, like, assigned if, you know, kids got in trouble at school or whatever, that Trooper Young stepped in. But he wasn't there all the time. We weren't worried about anything happening in the school. It's like, well, Gonzales got called over for the crash. So that's why he showed up initially, was because of the crash, because that was the first 911 call. I wish they would just like really narrow down a timeline to when he got the call, when he arrived at the school, and then like when everything was happening. Like, put it all in a timeline. What are they doing right now? Like, it just seems like we haven't seen anything about him yet. I lived in a small town too, but we didn't have an officer there. I don't know if they do now. The first officer to make interaction with Officer Martinez, his head was grazed by a bullet. He was told to pull back by his superior officer. I know, it's been a long time. True that. I don't even want to think about how many years ago I graduated high school. How many years ago would it have been? 91? 30 some years. I stopped counting. Ugh. In high school, we knew the exact route to take to avoid the rent-a-cop when we left. Oh, you know what? We had a hall monitor. Okay, so we had a hall monitor. We had two hall monitors. We had Miss Cush and we had Mr. Not Mr. Zach. We had Zach and Miss Cush, and they were just people. They weren't cops. Zach was really cool too. He'd come out and be like, put your cigarettes out. Yeah, we didn't have cops. They have cops monitoring kids smoking in high schools. Is that necessary? Yeah, he's out on bail. Well, happy belated birthday, Tammy. Oh, I remember that, Auntie Cheryl. Has any former Gems received a Patreon email offering 50% off the Galen, did you? She says, sorry, a bit off topic, but I may forget later. Has any former Gems received a Patreon email offering 50% off the membership? Yeah, that's kind of how it was with us, Jammers. 50% off. Are they sending... Is that a thing from Patreon or from Hidden True Crime? Oh, yay. Which one did you get, Beans? My 35th reunion would be this year. Oh, thanks, Teresa. 24 years ago for Tammy. Yeah, forward it to me, Galen. Here's my email. Yeah, they were like rent-a-cops. Sorry, folks, park's closed. I graduated in 88. We had drug dogs. Yeah, we had drug dogs come in too. My name is in neon. You can't see it. It's so small. Look. Look, old woman of the hills. I have J. Look. Above the on-air sign. I'm a part of the crew. I'm official. I'm official. So what I'm doing is I'm working over here on this other computer. I have a computer right here, separate. And I'm going to be streaming from that one next week. Patreon, and they sent it on behalf of Hidden True Crime. Ooh, I'd love to see that. There's my email. I pinned it. Oh, they need to get this trial on the road and stop with these breaks, and because then they're going to come back. You watch. It's 10:30 their time. They're going to come back, and they're going to go through one witness, and they're going to be like, okay, it's time for a break. It's lunch. There's nothing close, so we're going to be gone for an hour and a half. They're having to going out of business. UGG isn't, you got two. UGG is in emotion and FOAD. I love it. I like the UGG. UGG is an emotion. Hey, Rollins. Thank you for subscribing, Danielle. Oh, Kels is going to check and see if she got an email. I wasn't a Patreon member, so I don't know. I am so missing doing reviews. I can't even tell you. I love doing reviews. I really love the second channel. I'm so glad that it's taken off. I really am. Hey, Crochet, because I really, really enjoy it. Getting a thumbnail ready right now. Oh, I know. She would become a patron. Kels. She's so nosy. Just kidding. In a good way. I know she bought Barbecue's cookbook. It's so funny. You guys crack me up. So I found a video of Lauren and Susan Hendricks from a year ago, and it is juicy. Juicy. I can't wait to go over it. We'll go over it this weekend. Will you pin me for a second? I want to introduce Larry and his awesome smile. He's the best dog. A rescue that rescued me. Oh, Larry's so cute. Look at him smiling. He loves you, Cindy. He loves you. Okay, let me look, Galen. What? It says from Hidden True Crime, 50% off membership to Hidden True Crime ends today. Don't miss out. Claim your offer below and get 50% off your first month. Oh, your first month. You'll get access to exclusive benefits, posts, and much more. Offer applies to the first month of paid membership for Hidden True Crime only. Offer cannot be... Did you leave their Patreon? Hold on. Oh, we're back. Did you leave their Patreon? Because maybe that's a way to get you back. I'll have to look and see if Patreon offers like a deal like that to get people to rejoin that have left. I think that might be what it is, Galen. That is wild. Look at these two. Look at these two laughing it up. You didn't get one, Kels? Okay, are you still a Patreon, though? That's the thing. Did you leave their Patreon? Because that might be something that they offer to get members back that have left. Like Patreon might say, hey, you can offer your Patreons that have left 50% off their first month to try to win them back. Galen, did you leave the Patreon? They still got this guy talking.
Mandated it.
Jesus Christ. All this commentary is not needed. WFAA. All right, we're back.
I mean, if you just go to training once,
She needs to shut it.
How does it?
Absolutely. Training, training has to be repetitive.
Well, that's why you didn't get one, Kels. It was probably for people that left. It's trying to entice them to come back.
Agency, but with the other
True.
agencies that could be responding, making sure that we have clear communication channels, that we can talk to other agencies that are coming through. That was one of the criticisms with 9/11, and even to some extent that we saw in Colorado. So
it's better than yesterday's.
We've taken a lot of great steps to overcome interoperability, to give agencies the opportunity, the ability to talk to one another through the radio.
Oh, where'd
because
you
that's
meet her,
critically
Galen?
important too. When you have first responders are showing up on the scene, people all on the same radio channels, hearing the same information, talking to each other on the same radio channel, so they are in a better position to direct resources where they need to be. And we don't have communication gaps, if you will, so that
We're not ready to be back in. The ladies got to go by noon today. What ladies? Yeah, you got to get the good stuff, Kels. Oh, he's on his phone? What is going on in this courtroom? All right, I'm going to unmute. I'm going to go make coffee. I'll be RB.
On what that was, we may have seen a different response. Hopefully we would have seen a different response. And so those people who are arriving on the scene an hour in, 45 minutes later, they obviously were getting incorrect information. But again, that's leadership's responsibility to correctly assess the situation. There was leadership on the scene well before some of those other officers arrived that should have made the correct assessments, so that we would have seen a different response.
Okay, well, we're getting a live look at Adrian Gonzales. It's always interesting to me when you watch these cases. You know, there's really no, when you're the defendant, if you smile, you're not taking it seriously. If you cry, you're being melodramatic. So he's been pretty stoic throughout this whole thing, and no matter which side of the equation you fall on about what you think should happen to him, you know, this has got to be, it's difficult for everybody.
Oh, it's difficult for everybody, and you know, his life is on the line in terms of his ability,
His freedom,
his ability to live in society. And so I would imagine there's a lot going on in his mind, replaying the situation, replaying the scene right now, and you know, and maybe wondering, should I have done something different? You know.
well, I think it's pretty clear that something should have been done differently.
Well, I think so too. You know.
You know.
But I imagine he's replaying that in his mind, though.
So somebody's asking, so is James saying Gonzales was or was not that leadership? What you're saying is that at the moment when he's the only officer on the scene, he is the incident commander.
Yeah, when you arrive on the scene, you're the first officer on the scene. You are the incident commander. You are the person in every training that we attend in terms of active shooter response. The first officer on the scene is the incident commander. He is in charge. He is leadership until he passes that off to somebody else, or a supervisor arrives on the scene and takes that from him.
Which in that case would have been Arredondo arriving on scene
right.
and becoming the,
right.
you know, the...
But there's I want to be clear, there's a transfer of power, and that transfer happens on the radio so that everybody knows that the leadership transfer
So even
is
if
taking
you're
place.
even if you're the rank and file officer, there has to be an actual like verbal.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You know, because for the officers arriving on the scene, according to our training, we understand that the first officer on the scene is in command. He's the leader until
Because at that point, he's the one who knows the most.
he knows the most, and he's the one that's directing troops and directing the scene. And so we have to be very clear in our communication on a scene. If we are no longer the incident commander, everybody that's listening on that radio has to understand who the incident commander is, and so that's why we do that on the radio, so everybody knows who to take direction from in that type of situation.
You know, and I think once we get to, we don't know when the former chief's trial will be, but it'll be very interesting because he is the chief.
Yeah.
And you got to feel that that trial will have a different shape because he was the chief, the man
Yes.
in charge of that police department.
Yeah, and you know, as a police chief, when you arrive on the scene, whether you say it or not, you are in charge. It's your scene. You're the chief, and so there should be a transfer of power over the radio, and you can arrive on the scene and allow that officer to continue to be the incident commander. But at some point in time, there needs to be a transfer of power because he can't be a responder trying to neutralize a suspect and also being a commander of the scene, because there are all sorts of other responsibilities, staging, all sorts of other responsibilities that are going on at that time that obviously he can't.
Okay, so they're still not back. Does anybody know what pictures they're looking at? What kind of games, Becca? The only game that we have played is this heist. Word crack? How do you play word crack? I love that, Galen. Remington and Winchester. Broken Baker? Troublemaker Baker. Troublemaker Baker really won the Pillsbury contest. What did she make? I'm dying to know what she baked. Get in on the treasure hunt, type exclamation point heist, and then a number amount. You can find out how many points you have too by going exclamation point points, and it'll tell you. You gain points by chatting, super chatting, and all that stuff. Becoming a member gives you points. You have two, Larry a husky and Molly a border collie. Aw. Who's Broken Baker? There's a YouTube word game where chat can type answers to play. I wonder how they do that. Now I got Jolene's song. Don't be a dick, you're being a dick. Stop being a dick, you're being a dick. He would put it on the screen. It shows a bunch of letters, and all the chat has to do is type words with the letters, and words you make go up. And words you made go first go up on the board. I wonder what they use. Kels has a husky named Rocket. I have a husky golden mix named Summer. There are games that I can put up through OBS, but I don't really know how they work. Let me see if I can try to add that. There is a game on here. Let me see. We have Guess My Drawing. Yeah, I can't find it right now while I'm live, but there is some kind of a word game. I wonder if that's what it is. Julie Holden from Austin, she's from Austin, won the 50th anniversary Pillsbury Bake Off in 2021 with her sugar cookie skillet pancake. A large cookie-like pancake made in a skillet. Go, Julie. I have a Rottie and a German Shepherd mix. She's the sweetest. Aw. You do, Beans?
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
It's called Words on Stream. All right, let me look it up. Words on Stream. A free game that will boost your live streams on Twitch or YouTube. Okay. Ah, never heard of this. No download required. Play with live audience. Stream even when you're away. Autopilot takes the wheel when you need a break. When everything's ready, start the game. Tell your audience to send their guesses in the chat. Okay, choose the main screen. Visit the website. Scan the QR code. Oh, okay. Let's see. I don't know who Broken Baker is. Who is that? Is that a lawyer? You think they also have Wordle? You got your dogs in Germany? Hmm. In order to get better results on YouTube, we advise you to turn ultra low latency. Okay. He's a content creator in Denmark. He would play it during lunch break. That's a really good idea. I got to figure out how to do this, though. Okay, I'll have to take a look at this over the weekend and figure out how to use it. Hey, Cricket Day. You guys had fun playing it. You were very competitive. All right, I'll try to figure out how to do it over the weekend. They have permanent jurors in Denmark? Like you get assigned to be a juror? I don't know, but this is much longer than a 10-minute break for pictures. I mean, world.
Right. And that's fair.
I just don't like how slow moving this trial is going. I'm getting really impatient. I mean, I just wonder how I get this to go into the live. You know what I mean? Hold on. Words on stream. Hold on. We're taking a little break here.
viewers on your stream. I'm going to be showing you guys how to do that right now in this video. So there's two different games I'm going to be showing you guys. The first one is going to be called Words on Stream, and the second one is going to be Gartic on Stream. So to start off with Words on Stream, it's pretty simple to set up. You just go to wos.gg and then you choose the platform that you stream on. So for me, I'm on Twitch. So what you're going to want to do is just authorize the account, and just like that is so easy to do.
That's
All
it?
you do is just show this screen on your stream and they can just play it right from your chat. So all you're going to want to do is just click start on this.
Okay.
And give you a little countdown.
All right. It's easy then. I did know how to do it. It's that easy. Okay. Let's log in. And let's see where we are with this. Okay, they're still yapping. Okay, so let's try this out. You guys ready? Oh shit, you can't see it all? Hold on. Hold on. Let me turn this down. Okay, is that how you do it? Is it working or no? It's not working? Okay, hold on. See, it says J is for justice. Why isn't it working? Turning that music off. Okay. Oh, paste the link on a new browser source of your streaming. Okay, let me try that. They're still talking. Okay, let me try putting it as a browser source. Oh, it was working? Oh, hang on. I'm going to have to restart it. I don't think it's taking our answers. Let me try it this way. Okay, try it this way. You guys ready? Now try it. See if it works now. You like the music? I can turn it back on. I'm just testing to see if it works. What is it doing? I don't know what it's supposed to be doing. Shouldn't it be taking your answers right now? What's the autopilot option? I don't know. Autopilot. The game won't require your actions. Okay. We'll put it on autopilot. See what happens. It isn't working. I turned it on autopilot and it didn't work. Yeah, I don't think it's working. Hold on. It said just press start, and that's what I did. Paste the link. All right, let's try it again. It's not working. Stupid. Why isn't it working? I gotta turn that off. I don't know why it's not working. Maybe because I was already live. I stopped it. Hold on, I'm gonna refresh. God, they're still talking. Let me log out and try this again. We're gonna try. No, we don't want to do party mode for streamers. In order to get better results, it might be because I'm already live, because I'm not on ultra latency or whatever. He put it up while he's live. How to play, you can't click it. It just tells you right here. Step 1, find words from the mixed letters. Use the chat to send the words you find. Found a word, guess again when the padlock opens. That's what it says. Found a word, guess again when the padlock opens. Oh my God, these dogs. Hey Hex, we're trying to figure out how to play. Okay, play again. What do you mean you think you were right? Are you guys trying? Okay, so when it unlocks, I think you got to put it in again. Ready? Here it goes. Yeah, it ain't working. Yeah, I'm logged into this channel. It's not doing anything. I feel like words would have popped up by now. Let's see what it does when it ends. Have you guys tried the barcode down there on your phone? It's J for J podcast team. Here it is again. Oh, it's syncing? What does that mean? Okay. What's this? I don't want to do that. Y'all, how come it doesn't work for me? No one could hit the answers? Yes, they could. I don't understand. That's really dumb. All right, let me log out. See, look, I'm logging in. How do I log in? Easiest setup letter ever. Connect with one click. All right, we're going to try going to WOSGG. Let's see. WOS.GG. Okay. Ways to play. Choose the main screen. Visit the website. Scan the QR code. Okay. Let's see what this does. Oh, tonight's Mental Health Friday on Web Sleuth. Can't wait. Okay. Access the link on your phone. Did you guys do it with your phones? Try this. Waiting for the host to start. I guess I'm the host. I don't even know how to friggin' start. Scratch that. Scratch it. Okay, this is the right account I'm choosing. Refresh and reconnect. Refresh the browser tab running WSOS in your YouTube live control room. Log out of your YouTube account. Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to do that when I'm offline. Because if I do that while I'm streaming, I don't know what it'll do. But here, let's try it one more time. Check the live chat under customization. Ensure it's enabled and not set to live commentary. It could be my StreamYard or Streamlabs. It's not working. Oh, it might be my... Okay, let me check that. It might be the filtered comments, maybe? Thank you for the tips. I'll check that stuff out. Who's this lady? What is going on with this trial? Hold on.
As the body camera footage.
Who is this lady?
You could hear officers on scene saying, we need to get in there. Some kids called 911. They say they need help. There's little kids, and you can hear the officers. They know. And there's times when you even hear the officer saying, I can hear the kids in the classroom. We need to get in. Yet still no one took action. So like you, I was frustrated listening to those calls and to the body camera footage because they had a lot of information and they knew that children were still alive and they knew that there were children and teachers bleeding to death inside those classrooms. So they definitely had that information and they knew about the 911 calls. And in fact, his wife is in one of the classrooms and he's saying, my wife called me, she's injured. And he tells them that at the scene as well. So 911 calls, but there were people calling their loved ones saying they needed help. And that was being relayed to the officers on the scene.
Yeah, that's right. And that particular officer that you're talking about, he gets disarmed. They take him out of the building and disarm
I don't know,
him.
guys.
And his wife is one of the 2 teachers that gets killed.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
I do know that.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's just incredible. That's incredible to hear. that's incredible to make sense of, because it's just contradictory to all the training and all the learning, I guess, if you will, that officers are taught and that we go through as law enforcement officers. And so I just don't understand it.
All right.
And I
wanted to ask, I'm sorry, I wanted to jump in here real quickly, Tyson. I wanted to ask James, because one of the things during jury selection that the prosecutors brought up, they said that there are special duties.
Okay, let's try this again. How do I get to my history? What's the name of it again? Oh my God. Words on stream. All right, let's try it again. Maybe because I had it on subscribers. Maybe because I had comments being held. I don't know. There's different levels of moderation. All right, you guys, you ready to try this again? Here we go. There's no sound to it. I don't freaking know why, but try guessing now. Okay, try it now. See, I'm on normal latency, and I think that it's too much of a delay. I'm going to try to scan the app. Where's my phone? Let's see here. Play. All right. Join the stream of Jays for Justice. All right. I am logging in as Everyday with Jay on my phone. Let's see what it does. Oh, you got to do it on your phone, y'all. You got to do it on your phone. Yeah, you got to scan the QR code and do it on your phone. Try clicking that link I gave you. Let's do it again. It worked for me. Our honey. Look, our honey got in there. Let's do it again. Wait, let's see. Nope, we're still not back. I just put a link in chat. Ooh, Kel's coming in with lice. Hey, KD. Ooh, good one. Our honey. Our honey saved us. Hey, Dee Dee. Sinking. Oh, we advanced 2 levels. Oh, I see. Autopilot will continue it for me. Okay. Becca, why aren't you playing? Daria, get it. Are you guys using your phones to scan the QR code? Oh, look at me. I'm in the lead. How's that happening? You can. You can scan the QR. Just go over to your camera, scan it, and it will open up a link on your browser and you can play. I know, but wouldn't you have to type in the chat on your keyboard on your cell anyways? No, you have to turn on your camera and scan this code down here and go on your browser is how you have to do it. The real Kels is in the lead over here. Oh, you're on a computer. Okay. Take care one of the letters is fake? Barbara, you're killing it. Good job, guys. Oh, we're back in trial. Here we go.
For 8 years.
That was
I then
fun.
went
Thank
to
you.
Become a
Becca.
Highway Patrol Sergeant in El Paso for 5 years.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. What was that?
I was a Highway Patrol Sergeant
Highway Patrol.
in El Paso for 5 years. I worked narcotics for about 5 years, and then I finished my career as a Texas Ranger the last 11 years.
We've got another Texas
And what
Ranger,
did you do
Juan
as a
Torres.
Texas Ranger? Did you have specific assignments?
I was a Leica 3D scanner. I was a firearms instructor. I attended the National Forensics Academy in Tennessee for 10 weeks in 2016. I was a crime scene instructor as well.
And so as a result of that, did you also work crime scenes?
I worked many crime scenes, yes.
And have you worked mass shooting crime scenes?
I've worked 4 mass shooting crime scenes.
And what 4 were those?
Sutherland Springs in 2016, the Walmart shooting in El Paso in 2019, the Odessa mass shooting in 2019, and Uvalde.
Those are the 4 that you've worked?
Yes.
So mass shootings have become part of law enforcement, is that correct?
I'm just going to object to any mention of any other shootings or anything like that, and continuing on this line of questioning.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
And you did work the Uvalde
Yes, I did.
crime scene, is that correct?
Yes.
And when did you arrive?
I arrived on the 24th around 11 o'clock at night, and then the 25th, a little after 7 in the morning, is when we had our briefing and started working.
And during the briefing, did you get an assignment?
I was assigned to be the photographer.
And the photographer where?
For room 111.
Did the crime scene units break up into different teams?
Yes, so like I know 112 had a different team, the hallway had a different team. Once I got assigned to room 111, I stayed there and I basically just stayed in my lane.
Okay, so basically you were in room 111.
Yes.
And would you give us a general description of room 111?
When we got there, the room was in disarray. There was some markings in the room. There was a lot of shell casings. There was a lot of blood swipes, and The weapon was in the closet.
Okay. And did you photograph the weapon of the gunman?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And as to the cartridge casings, did you photograph the cartridge casings?
Yes, I did.
And so shots were being fired inside room 111?
Yes, there was.
And were there results of those shots in the room also?
Yes.
And are casings implanted within that blood?
Yes.
So some of the photographs we see of casings, that's where you saw them?
Yes.
And that's where you picked them up?
Yes.
As part of a crime scene, do you also document then the pathways, if you can, of the bullet?
Yes.
And did you do that?
I assisted with that part.
You took photographs of that too?
Yes.
And does that include those rods showing the directionality?
Yes, they are.
In addition to casings, was there anything, casings and a weapon, was there any other part of a weapon that you recovered there in room 111?
There was bullet fragments, bullets, unspent cartridge cases, and a Hellfire that's attached to the weapon.
The Hellfire trigger system?
Yes.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a little bit. What kind of weapon was it?
It was a down defense M4.
And are you familiar with that weapon?
It's the same weapon that the department carries.
The department carries the same weapon?
Yes.
And is it an automatic, semi-automatic, or is it a revolver type weapon that maintains the casings?
It's a semi-automatic.
And so when it is fired, does it eject casings?
Yes, it does.
And is that what you were recovering out there?
Yes, we were.
And how is the ammunition fed into the weapon?
Through a magazine.
Did you recover magazines at the scene?
Yes, we did.
And were they full or empty?
Some were full, some were empty, some were damaged.
Okay. And what was the size of the magazines? How much would they hold?
I believe they hold 30 rounds. Each one.
And have you had a chance to review exhibits 317 through 486 before coming here today?
Yes.
And are each of those exhibits fair and accurate representations of the crime scene as you saw it?
Yes, they are.
And is it fair to say that because they're casings, they're in blood also? Is that correct?
Yes, they are.
May we display it now, Your Honor? Those exhibits to the jury.
Yeah, Your Honor, I have something I'd like to approach on with that.
Okay.
What in the world is going on now? I just got a Coke Zero. You're right, I did need one. And I got some ibuprofen. If you do words on stream again, I'm going to try to use a QR scanner app. I just download it on my laptop. Okay. We'll try it during lunch. We'll put it on autopilot. You guys can just play away. What is going on here? Let's check out Court TV and see what they're doing. Oh, they're behind. Never mind. I guess we're back.
Thank you for your patience. Turning to Exhibit 319. Excuse me, Exhibit 317. Could you tell us what room that you work on at Robb Elementary?
Yes, in it.
You know,
It's going to be room 111.
and would you point that out again so that we can all see that? So would that be on the east side of the fourth grade wing?
Yes, it would.
And so the west side of the fourth grade wing,
Yes.
if there's been testimony of people being evacuated from the west side of that wing, that would be on the opposite side of room 111,
Yes, it would.
where you found this room with all of the cartridges in the blood. Is that
Yes,
correct?
correct.
And State's Exhibit 318. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is the outside of the east wing. And
So it's
windows.
starting to show us the outside of the
Yes.
east wing. And is there a white patrol car in that photograph?
yes, there is.
Would you point that out for us? And State's Exhibit 319, does that move down the east wing?
Your Honor, I'd just like to, I mean, he's pointed out a white patrol car, that was not my client's, it's not on pages, and he didn't. I think that has a tendency to make them believe, make the jury believe that it's my client. I think he should explain that patrol car.
It will be explained in full, Your Honor. That was one of the
I'll overrule the objection at this time. You can proceed.
And State's Exhibit 319,
Yes.
excuse me, would you go back to 319? Can you see a defect in a window in Exhibit 319?
Yes.
Would you point that out for the jury? And State's Exhibit 320. Does that close in on that defect?
Yes.
And Exhibit 321. Thank you. You can have a seat. Would you tell the jury whether or not that was that defect in that window, whether or not that defect was part of room 111?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so one shot came through the window on the east side of the building.
Yes.
And then did you, I want to orient the jury as to room 11, so let's move to Exhibit 322. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
That's the front door to room 111.
And what condition did you find it in?
Had bullet holes and bullet holes through the window. There was one bullet hole through the door, and another indention through the door.
And State's Exhibit 323, does that also show that it's classroom 111 and a close-up of the damage done to the?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And then as we open the door and start our way inside, would you describe what we see in Exhibit 325?
That's the inside. That's the inside of the room 111. Doors closed. You can see bloody drag marks going out of room 111.
And is there a piece of either weaponry or ammunition in that exhibit?
Yes. There's the magazine and a few shell casings.
Okay. And are the shell casings marked?
Yes, they are.
How are they marked?
They're marked with yellow arrows and orange arrows.
Okay. Could you tell us then how you went about, what were the steps you took in processing this crime scene?
Initially, we went in as a team. Our team leader gave us a brief of the room. We tried to identify as many defects, as much evidence as we could identify before we started marking or anything else. Then I went in by myself and started doing overall pictures on the entire room.
And the small yellow markers, is that the only markers that y'all had for recovering the cartridges?
Yes.
Okay. Did you thereafter use orange tints, bigger markers?
When we got there, we started using orange markers and orange tints.
Okay, thank you. State Exhibit 326, does this kind of start a rotation look around the room?
Yes, it does.
Give us an idea of the entire picture. So Exhibit 326, could you tell us what we're looking at?
It's a bookshelf. The same magazine is in the same picture. There's yellow markings identifying bullets or spent cartridge cases.
And State's Exhibit 327.
Again, there's a bookshelf with yellow markers marking spent shell casings along with blood.
And Exhibit 329.
That's a easel board that's been damaged. There's bullet defects in the easel board.
And does that show continuation down that wall, the left wall, if you walk into the
Yes, it does.
room? And is there a doorway in that photograph?
There's partial doorway in that photograph. Yes, there is.
And tell us about that doorway.
That's the closet where the gunman was killed.
And is that on the right-hand side?
It's on the right-hand side.
And on the left-hand side, was there a connecting doorway between 111 and 112?
Yes, there is. That's the door between the wall that would connect 111 and 112.
So you could move from 111 to 112 if the doorway is open?
Correct.
And is that shown on the left-hand side of the photograph?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 331. Excuse me, 330. Is this a continuation down now the second wall?
Yes, it is.
And what do we see there?
We have the sink. We have the closet where the gunman was found deceased. The weapon is in the background. There
Would you
are
point
two.
out the weapon, where the weapon was?
Oh, it's right here.
And were you there when the gunman was there?
No, I was not.
Okay, so you can't tell us where the gunman was in relationship to the weapon.
No, I cannot.
Thank you. Exhibit 331.
Again, it's a continuation of the room. There's a desk, a bunch of papers, a wall, and there's a flat screen TV that's been shot as well.
Excuse me, you said two things have been shot?
The wall's been shot, and the television, the flat screen television, has been shot in that picture as well.
Okay. And showing you Exhibit 334.
So now I'm in the other corner of the room and just taking an overall photograph. There's sunglasses. There's one magazine that I can see, and some markers in there at the bottom where the shell casings are found as well.
And earlier in your presentation, you told us about one of the windows was penetrated.
Yes.
Is that the window on the right-hand side?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 335. Could you describe that for us?
That's a continuation of the same room, same wall, into the other wall. Again, it shows the television, the desks are in array, and the beginning of the whiteboard on the other wall.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the absence of blood along this western wall of room 111?
Yes, it is.
And exhibit 336.
That's the whiteboard on that wall. You can see the chairs are thrown around. Backpack on top of the desk.
And is there still an absence of blood along this side of the wall?
Correct. There's an absence of blood.
But now, as we head to the corner of that room, does the scene change as far as the presence of blood?
It changes dramatically.
And how would you describe that?
A lot of bullet holes, a lot of shell casings covered in blood, a lot of bullet defects, perforations, penetrations, and just a lot of blood.
And that's what we're about to see now.
Yes, we are.
Showing you State's Exhibit 337. Could you describe what we're seeing here?
Again, that's that whiteboard on that wall. There's a basketball, a lot of shoe impressions. There's a tennis shoe covered in blood. You can start seeing the yellow markers that have already been placed there for the Smith shell casings, and you can see the drag marks.
Okay, the children were all removed before you took any photographs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that indications of the children being removed?
Yes, it is.
And Exhibit 341, does it show an overall picture then of the hallway? Excuse me, 342.
Yes, it does.
Of the corner.
Yes.
And is this the corner farthest from the windows as well as farthest from the door?
Yes, it is.
And is that where the preponderance of the blood was recovered?
Yes, it was.
Showing you State's Exhibit 343. Do you see blood there both on the floor as well as on the wall?
Yes, I do.
Would you point it out on the wall, please?
Blood spatter right here, along right here, and blood spatter right here.
And what is the structure that we're looking at that is in front of that wall?
That's the desk that the children were told to hide underneath and basically stay quiet.
Okay. So that's a desk all along that wall?
All along the wall. Yes, it is.
Thank you. Exhibit 344.
That's the continuing desk. It's a copy machine.
And are we now about to make the complete 360 rotation of the room?
360, because that's the entry door on the right.
And once again, Exhibit 345, that would be the entry door.
Correct.
345?
Yes, that's the entry door.
Thank you. Now, one of the things that you determined not only is picking up cartridges, did you also, were you able to determine flight path of the path of the bullets after they left the gun?
Yes, I assisted with that.
Okay, and you photographed that?
And I photographed that as well.
And I want to direct your attention specifically to that far left corner that we just talked about, away from the door, away from the glass.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 351. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is where we're trying to mark the bullet defects and any corresponding bullet defects as well.
And how did you mark the bullet defects?
I didn't mark them, and I don't remember who marked them, but I know they were marked RBD and such number.
I guess I'm just asking, what indicates on that photograph that there are markings for bullet defects?
The white stickers.
The white stickers?
Yes.
Each one marks a bullet defect?
Yes, it does.
Whether a full
or partial.
bullet or a piece?
Or a piece, correct.
In addition to the wall, are there any bullet defects on that table or the decks that ran along that hallway wall?
There's going to be bullet defects on the table, bullet defects on the poles that are holding up the table, and the side, the walls. There's bullet defects everywhere.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit 352. What are we looking at here?
This is where we started placing the rods into the bullet defects and also into the corresponding bullet defects.
And so that shows where the bullets entered the desk covering
the children.
That wall?
Yes.
And the children. State's Exhibit 355. Tell us what we're looking at here.
It's the same thing. So you have trajectory rods going against that wall, and then also down where the desk is and behind the wall, behind the desk, into the wall.
So some shots penetrated the desk and then went in a downward angle.
In a downward angle, correct.
And on the wall, do you likewise have rods?
Yes, we do.
And do those also show directionality?
Yes.
And as to the rods on the left, could you explain those to us also?
So that's just the rod showing where, in the general area where the shooter was standing, because those rods are going from right to left, and then the rods going into the desk and behind the wall are going from top down.
Top down?
So it's different angles.
So was the gun in a different position when those pathways were fired?
But I'll object to vague speculation. I'm not really sure what he means by different position, and I don't know if this witness has to.
All right, if you'll rephrase it, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you. You talked about these rods.
Yes.
And what do the rods describe?
It describes the position where the shooter was standing.
Okay. And so if we follow the rod up for some time, we can find the position of the shooter?
Yes.
And are those rods all consistent with the shooter standing in the same position to fire the shots that left those rod impressions?
Yes, they are.
In the same position?
As he's moving around.
Oh, as he's moving around.
Correct.
I guess what I'm saying is, are the rods to the left-hand side of the photograph, is the position of the gun in a different position than when it is shooting down?
Correct. Yes, they are.
Sorry, didn't make a very good question there. And Exhibit 356. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
Again, the same bullet defects starting from the top to the bottom, and so the bullets defects on top of the table down to the bottom of the wall. We didn't notice this before until afterwards, but the rod that is pointing down actually fell, and nobody caught it until afterwards when we were reviewing the pictures as well.
So that's not an accurate depiction of the pathway of the bullet?
Not that rod.
Okay. But nonetheless, as well as the rods, does that also accurately show the blood spatter on the wall behind and underneath that desk?
Yes, it does.
State's Exhibit 357.
Again, so they have the rods going top left down, and that same rod has still not been corrected.
Okay. And then at the very top of that photograph, what do we see there?
On the top left, there's a LOL.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm sorry. I'm talking about the top rod, the pink rod.
Yes.
Hey guys, we are muted through the court because the judge ordered no graphic descriptions or no graphic photos. So apparently this guy's testimony must be describing the victims. I really don't know, but there is no sound coming from the court. We are muted everywhere. Every station.
They said I said.
Oh, we're back. There we go.
I go from 382 to 383. Could you describe that?
It's marker number 16 with a spent shell casing.
Okay. And the next exhibit?
Marker number 16 with a spent shell casing.
That's a close-up of it.
It's a close-up, yes.
And 385.
That's an overall. So we have 22, 17, 18, 19, and they are going to be spent shell casings as well.
And then do you close in and pick up each one of those exhibits individually?
Yes.
And our next exhibit, marker 17.
That's number 17 with an L scale, yes.
And marker 18, exhibit 386.
A spent shell casing with the L scale.
Exhibit 387.
It's going to be marker 19, spent shell casing with an L shell.
Exhibit 388.
It's going to be number 21 and 20, spent shell casings.
And isn't that in a different location altogether in the room?
Yes, that's going to be towards the back wall where the whiteboard is.
Where all the whiteboard was?
Yes.
Thank you. And exhibit 389.
That's a spent shell casing with the scale as well.
390.
A spent shell casing with the L scale.
And 391.
That's an overall of 4 markers with spent shell casings.
Okay. And marker number 22. Next one, please.
That's a spent shell casing with a L scale marked as number 22.
Exhibit. I think I got these out of order. No. 392. What does that show us?
It's number 23.
And exhibit number 393.
Again, number 23, but that's a live unfired cartridge.
Exhibit 395.
It's number 24 with the spent shell casing with the L scale.
Exhibit 396.
Number 25 with the spent shell casing and the L scale.
397.
That's a spent shell casing.
Is it,
That's
is
a
it a
different
shell casing?
Yes, it is.
Tell us the difference.
That's from a pistol. That's going to be from a semi-automatic pistol.
From a pistol?
Yes.
Did you recover any pistol on or about the gunman?
No.
Is this also the room that law enforcement eventually breached?
Yes, it is.
And did they carry with them their own weapons?
Yes, they did.
Is this an indication that a weapon was fired other than the long rifle that the gunman had?
Correct.
And how would you characterize the weapon that fired this?
I don't know exactly what weapon they fired, but I know it's going to be a semi-automatic pistol.
A pistol, a
Yes.
handgun, as opposed to a rifle?
Correct.
And exhibit 398.
It's a spent shell casing with the L scale.
399.
A spent shell casing with the L scale.
And 400.
Another spent shell casing in dry blood with the L scale.
Exhibit 401.
A spent shell casing in blood as well.
Exhibit 402.
It's another spent shell casing with L scale and blood.
And does Exhibit 403 show general locations of the next exhibits?
Yes, it does.
Exhibit 404,
More spent cartridge cases as well.
excuse me, I have this as Exhibit 403. Okay. I'll make a note.
So 32 and 35 are shell casings as well.
And Exhibit 404? That's all. Could you tell us what that is?
That's a spent shell casing with L scale.
And Exhibit 405?
Another spent shell casing in blood with the L scale.
Exhibit 406?
A spent shell casing with the L scale.
And 47? 407, excuse me.
That's in
406 and 407.
There's a spent shell casing with L scale, and there's another casing on top.
And that was 33.
Probably.
Exhibit 408?
A spent shell casing, 2 spent shell casings, 3. 2. There's 4 shell casings there.
4 shell
4.
casings there?
Yes.
And 409?
There's 2 spent shell casings in blood with the L scale.
410?
So overall of the markers with spent shell casings as well.
And this is just north of that hallway wall
Yes.
toward the center of the room?
Yes.
411?
It's a spent shell casing with an L scale.
412?
That's another spent shell casing with the L scale.
Number 413?
That's 2 spent shell casings with the L scale.
414?
There's 3 spent shell casings in there with an L scale as well.
415?
There's 3 rifle shell casings and 1 pistol shell casing with L scale.
And would you point out the pistol shell casing? Indicating the pistol was fired now twice in that room.
Yes.
Thank you. Exhibit 416?
That spent pistol shell casing.
That you just described.
Yes.
Exhibit 417?
2 spent rifle shell casings with the L scale in blood.
And when you say spent shell casings,
They've been fired.
Just to be clear, that a gun has gone off, powder burned, causing an explosion, making sound.
Correct.
To each one of these cases.
For each one that's been, yes, it's been fired.
Exhibit 418?
Shell casings on top of the desk, marked 34 and 43.
And 419?
The spent shell casing in the box lid.
And 420?
More spent shell casings around the drag marks.
Thank you. And Exhibit 421?
More spent rifle shell casings with an L scale.
Exhibit 422?
5 spent shell casings with an L scale.
423?
The spent shell casing with the L scale.
424, 5?
a spent shell casing with blood, and the L scale, 2 spent shell casings.
And 426.
A spent shell casing with an L scale.
427.
Spent shell casing with an L scale.
And 428. Excuse me.
More spent shell casings with an L scale.
I'm now on 429. What are we looking at here?
The 3 spent shell casings with an L scale and blood.
Okay, I think we're getting off on our presentation. That would be 430 that you're on there. That's 430. Okay. So 430 is 3 spent shell casings.
Correct.
And exhibit 431.
A spent shell casing.
Could you point that out for us? Okay. And did you zero in on that exhibit 432?
I believe so. Yes, I did.
Thank you. And exhibit 433?
Multiple spent shell casings. With
So
an
at
L
some
scale.
point your marker started marking more than 1 spell casing, is that
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
Exhibit 434. Would you describe what we see here?
So there's a ruffle bag covered in blood, a spent shell casing with the L scale, and another spent shell casing on top that also has blood.
And exhibit 435.
A magazine right next to the, right below the rifle.
The rifle's at the top of that.
Yes.
And the next exhibit? I have that as 435.
It's a spent cartridge casing, rifle shell that has an L scale as well.
436. What are we looking at here?
Under the desk, under the chair, right next to the, I guess the arm of the chair, there's another spent shell casing marked as 55.
And 437. Excuse me, 439.
A spent rifle shell casing on the top of the desk.
And now 439.
That's the copy machine.
And on
And
top of
there's
the
a-
copy machine, is there a basket?
On top of the basket, yes, there's a basket on top, but there's also a spent shell casing in the, I guess, drawer.
And for the record, that was exhibit 440. And 439.
The spent shell casing inside the basket.
And 441.
That's where I try to mark the spent shell casing inside the cabinet.
And did you zero in on that?
Yes, I did.
442.
To the top left corner of the 58.
And 443.
It shows the back of the cartridge where the primer struck where the firing
And did you
pin.
then change locations to the television?
Yes.
Showing you the next exhibit I have it as 443. Let me go. Tell us what we're looking at here.
I can't see. I'm not sure if it's a bullet fragment or what it is next to number 59.
It's obvious. There's obvious not a share casing then. Is that
Correct. There's nothing.
So exhibit 444. Close up of that 59 marker.
That's a bullet fragment with an L scale.
And exhibit 445. What does that show us?
Markers 60 and 50, and from this distance I can't.
So have we now moved into collecting fragments
Correct.
in general?
In general.
So exhibit 446.
That's a bullet fragment with an L scale.
And before I get away from casings, let me ask you, your job is just to photograph them, is that correct?
Correct.
But were all of those casings gathered
Yes, they were.
and evaluated and analyzed as to which shots belonged to the gunman's versus law enforcement?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
But that was not done by you?
No, it's not. Not at all.
Thank you. Exhibit 446. Excuse me, I guess that's 447. What are we looking at
It's
here?
a bullet hole through the window.
And is that the same bullet hole that we saw at the very beginning of your presentation?
Yes.
448. What are we looking at here?
That's a, so you can see the torn rope for the blinds, and you also see a bullet impact
Into the blind of
into
that
the
window?
blind. Yes.
Thank you. 449.
It's
What do we see
another
here?
bullet impact, and you can see where the string was also struck by the bullet as well.
And exhibit 450.
That's another bullet impact
To the blind.
through the blind. Correct.
Exhibit 451.
A scale with the bullet impact.
And 452.
A bullet fragment.
And where is it in relationship to those blinds you've just been describing?
It's at the bottom of the blinds.
453.
More bullet fragments. And
Marked
blood.
at 62.
Marked at 62, yes.
454. Could you describe what we're looking at there?
That was a pool of blood. I see markers 28, 29, 27, and they're moving items out of the way so we can continue our search.
And underneath that sack, does it appear to be another cartridge casing?
Yes, there is.
Stage exhibit 455.
Three spent cartridge casings.
Marked at 63.
Correct.
456.
Spent cartridge casing by number 64.
457.
More of a close-up of a spent shell casing marked 64.
458.
Number 65 in the middle with the bloody tennis shoe in that picture with blood.
And 459.
A bullet fragment with an L scale.
And that's marked at 65.
That's 65.
460.
And number 66 with a spent cartridge casing.
461.
A close-up of number 66 with a spent shell casing and a L scale.
462.
A spent shell casing marked number 67.
463.
A spent shell casing marked 68.
469. Oh, it's 464. Excuse me, 464. The previous was 463. It's 464.
I see the marker. Until I zoom in, I won't be able to tell what we're looking at.
Okay. Let's look at the next one, 465.
It's a bullet fragment. Mark 69.
And exhibit 466.
It's a close-up of the bullet fragment.
467. Could you tell us what that is? Above the marker 70.
The spent shell casing in the seat.
And exhibit 468, is that a close-up of that?
Yes, it is.
469.
Overall of the closet after we started taking everything out and we left the markers there.
So exhibit 470.
A bullet fragment marked 75.
471.
I can see bullet marker 76 and 77.
And exhibit 472, does that close up on that?
Yes, there's a backpack with a water bottle on the side.
And exhibit 473 next to the backpack?
A spent shell casing.
And 474?
A spent shell casing inside the pocket of the backpack.
Exhibit 475?
Bullet fragments marked as 78.
476?
An overall where we removed the copy machine, there's markers 79 and 80.
And does it also show 79 and 80?
Yes.
Exhibit 477?
A spent shell casing found behind that marker.
478?
It's a box with a spent shell casing inside it, number 81.
And 479?
Bullet fragments. That's a bullet fragment from 81.
480? Is that just a marker that shows another
That's a marker right now.
fragment?
With a fragment problem.
481?
It's another marker with fragments.
And behind number 83, what appears to be, what are those objects behind 83?
It's like an orange, like two orange cups that are like upside down, and there's a bullet impact right there.
Showing you exhibit 482?
That's the bullet impact with the shell casing and bullet fragment.
Exhibit 483?
Another spent shell casing marked 84.
484?
Where I zoomed in on that spent shell casing.
And 485? Excuse me, I'm going to stop at 484. Back up. Turn. Turn it on. How long did it take for y'all to process this crime scene?
I was there for 3 days. I was sent back to El Paso, and the rest of the guys stayed there for, I'm assuming, another week is what I think I remember.
And you said something about a Hellfire trigger system?
Yes.
Was it recovered during your photography?
No, it was not.
Did y'all, after taking the photographs, did y'all review the photographs before leaving the crime scene completely?
Yes, and so Ranger Brian Burney was reading my photographs, and in my overall photographs is where he saw the Hellfire trigger system, and that's how we knew, or that's how they knew to go to that grid in order to recover it.
And so did y'all go back in to recover the Hellfire trigger system?
Yes.
And in general terms, do you know what a Hellfire trigger system is?
It's an attachment that turns your semi-automatic weapon into a full automatic weapon.
It fires much faster.
Much faster.
With that trigger system on.
Correct.
Pass the witness.
I have a bit, but I think the break probably done.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess. Let's do 1:45 again. 1:45. See you back. Can everyone let the jury get out so they can get their lunch? Would everyone rise for the jury? Ranger, the rules been invoked with that. Don't discuss this with anybody other than the lawyers.
Okay. Okay, folks, the jury is taking a break for lunch. And so what we've been seeing this morning is a lot of testimony about ballistics. And also we've been, well, we're not seeing them, but these are graphic photos from inside that classroom. And per the judge's orders, we have, those photos are not being shown. Obviously, they're not something we want to see anyway. And there were periods of time when there wasn't sound, and I'm not clear on why, but I think it could have been that there were graphic depictions verbally of the children. So it makes a lot of sense. And I know that prior to this trial starting, we had a lot of conversations about doing everything we can to be sensitive, because ultimately there were 19 kids that died in this and two teachers. So we want to be very careful about not airing photos or video that would be beyond disturbing. But you can imagine this jury is seeing this, and I don't know if the families have stayed in the room, but you know, if they are, they're seeing this. That's got to be something really hard to see, James.
Oh yeah, absolutely. For a faculty member, a staff member at a school, you don't expect to encounter death. And a death that it was as violent as this, as tragic as this, and the sheer multitude of the victims. You know, that's one of the reasons that I believe that they just got rid of that school. It just held too many bad memories, you know, for a lot of people. And you know, we've had an incident of a death when I was employed at the school district, you know, and it took quite a while for the staff there to get over that. And it wasn't anything near the magnitude of this type of situation, you know. So I can only imagine the aftermath, the counseling that was involved, and just trying to heal people from seeing something of that magnitude.
Well, and then for these families that are in the courtroom now,
having to relive that.
Right, and we don't know, you know, how many of them chose to stay. I mean, obviously the judge, again, that's why we're being very careful about what's being aired, and so that's part of the difficulty of this trial. But it is, you know, in making, as the prosecutors are making their case, that's why they're having.
I'm here. Is it lunchtime? I was cleaning windows. Do you guys want to play that game? I'm here, Becca. No, these people suck. Are we on break for a whole hour or what? I missed the announcement. We can play this game if you want. Let me go ahead and put it on autopilot. Do you guys want music or no music? Hold on. Let me turn that shit down. Music or no music? You guys tell me. I'm gonna leave it on. Just low like this. Yes. Hold on. Let me fix the screen here, okay? That is WFAA. Penny says no music. Well, I guess if you don't want the music, just mute it. If you don't want the music, just go ahead and mute it. Okay. Here's the QR code. Go ahead and get ready. Becca. Becca's to blame. Thank you for letting us know about the Texas Tribune article. I like that. All right, you guys ready? right, it is on autopilot. All right, let's go. All right, enjoy. I'm gonna play too. Kelly Mack, you have to scan the QR code, go to the site, and then play on your phone. Scan the QR code and then go to the website. Log in with your YouTube. There you go. There's Becca. Becca got it. I'm logging in right now. Okay, here we go. I'm logged in. See you next Tuesday. Oh, Sin is in the game. Oh, Dr. Macy's in the game. Yay! All right, you guys, I'm going to mute. You guys enjoy the game while we take a little breather from this very slow-moving trial. Kelly, have a great day. Hey guys, just so you know, I'm keeping an eye on the trial. I know the delay sucks. Our commentators are still talking, so we're not back in court yet. But I'm keeping a close eye on it while I play this game. This is like, I'm sorry I scared you. This is like the slowest moving trial I've ever seen. It's so long and like boring. I mean, I'm not trying to be like disrespectful by saying it's boring, but They need to, like, keep it moving. God, they're still not back. It's still these people. Look. It's still them. She looks like her name would be Rizzo. They really are dragging it. It's like, ugh. Like, I'm just waiting for the evidence about the guy that they got on trial. You know what I mean? And I don't know why I have the chills. Do you guys want to see my new t-shirt that I got? Let me turn on my camera. We'll do show and tell while we wait. Shit, why do I look so red? It's so weird. Oh, it's because my window's open. But look at my new tee. Can you see it? It says made in the 70s. Do you love it? Why does that lady wear the same shirt every day? I don't know. Does she? Is she wearing the same blazer every day? Isn't it cute? You guys can get yourselves one too. Temu special. They actually sent me this free. I got like a free item. You can get one that says made in the 60s, made in the 80s. Whatever you want. The screen print is a little cheap on it. It'll probably peel off with the first wash now that I'm looking at it. I bet you that shit will be all peeled back. It'll look like it came from the 70s. After I wash it. Faux show. The trial is still not back. Hold on, guys. Dude, I'm convinced this trial is not coming back. Isn't it cute, Kels? Temu. Temu. Yeah, they're still not back, y'all. Look. Oh my god. This trial's gonna freaking drive me nuts. It depends on what you order. Like, some things are, like, closer to you, so they don't take as long. Some things take weeks. So it depends on if it's coming from China or if it's already here in the US. So I really don't know. I mean, like, I got my husband some shorts and they just came, and it took 2 weeks. But the made in the 70s came in like 5 days. I can't believe they're not back yet. Like, I'm ready to ditch this whole trial. Oh my God, I have so much in my cart too. I have like this really cool couch thing that like you fold down the back of it and it turns into a bed just by one fold. I'm so tempted to order it when I get paid. Girl, Becca, I don't know. Hey, Swanee. She said I went to the dentist, kept checking in. You guys are still playing this. Yeah, because look, these two are still talking. I can't with Bill Cosby and the lady. What's Zoom room? What does that mean? You're going to send me a video of what? Oh, you have that same thing in your cart? Yes, I saw a video on YouTube about it where the lady lays on it. She like folds it down and she lays on it. But what's a Zoom room? Like, I'm so over this fucking trial. I'm not even kidding you right now. I mean... Y'all, I gotta do a Walmart order, and I'm procrastinating, and I haven't even started it. Zoom means some room to fast forward. Oh, you start late so you can fast forward. Oh, that's a really good idea. I never thought of it. I never thought of that. Okay, we're starting at like 12:30 from now on, because this is redonkulous. You could always choose to do highlights, or we could just go to Runkle for highlights. I'm literally over it. I'm not trying to be mean, but damn, dude. 2 weeks of this, I think I'll be in the loony bin. Is it a video of a couple on YouTube that bought it, Kels? Where'd you send it? Text? Oh, this is a different video, I think. Hang on, let me watch it. Let's get one, Kels. Yeah, this is the one I haven't. Yes, this is the one. Yeah, that's the one. I want to order it when I get paid. How much is the one you have in your cart? I'm going to look right now. Let's see. The one I have in my cart is... Let's see. Oh, maybe I don't have it in my cart. Where'd it go? God, I can't find it now. You need to send me yours. Oh, here it is. $200. I found it. $200. And they have an orange one. I like the orange one. So, not to bring up an HTC topic, but I noticed I could preview some stuff on Patreon. I used to subscribe to their Patreon. Yes, I have all their Patreons. Have they done a Patreon since the Christmas one? Christmas Patreon. Dude, they're still... Look. They're slowly driving me to the point of breaking. I love the HTC topic. I miss my reviews. No, actually, I didn't get them from Kels, believe it or not. I have all the ones from this summer, and I plan on reviewing them. I have so much to review. This is the one I want to get, though. This orange one, Kels. It is called... comes from California. Says lowest price ever. You're shocked? Oh, we're back in court. Okay. All right, guys, we're turning this off. Hold on, let me turn this music on. Okay, here we go. Let's get some volume.
A little bit ago.
Finally.
And now you work for the State Department over in Honduras.
Yes.
Okay, so the only thing I don't know necessarily is I would normally call you Ranger, but it sounds like that's not your title. Do you have a different title that I could call you?
No, sir.
So, Mr. Torres?
I'll work.
Okay, thank you. I guess I kind of want to start where Mr. Turner left off, which was, and I'm not going too far in depth with this Hellfire trigger, or this Hellfire system for the gun, but I do kind of want to explain, because I think a lot of people would assume that if you have something on the gun that modifies it, as you said, that allows, for the gun to fire more rounds, than each pull of the trigger, right? That's what the Hellfire is supposed to do.
Correct.
Fire more rounds out of the gun faster than even a human could pull the trigger. Make it more like an automatic.
Correct.
Okay, so I think a lot of people would assume that would be a part of the gun. Do you know what I mean? And so why would it be found in a separate location? Do you know what the mechanics of that is?
I know you put it behind the trigger, and as long as you press it the correct way, it'll just make the trigger bounce faster and fire like an automatic weapon.
Got it. So it sounds like what you're saying is this is kind of something that, like a scope or like something else that's added to the gun, but not necessarily affixed to it. It can be taken on and off
Yes.
easily. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's something that presumably he would have been able to buy at any firearm shop, or is it illegal or is it legal as far as you know?
It's legal.
It's legal. So, and as you probably know, modifications like that allow people and monsters really like him to do the kind of things that he did. Shoot a lot of rounds in a small amount of time.
Yes, sir.
Now I want to talk about I want to kind of go to the, I guess 319, 320, and 321. Could I get those put up? 319 through 321? Thank you. Oh, yeah, see the exhibits. Where are the exhibits?
They're right there in the corner.
All of these?
Yeah.
Got it.
I could tell you that they're, I'm looking for the pictures of the hole that was in 111 that was going to, I guess, go out.
Yep. Thank you. And yeah, Mr. Torres, I have to do that because they have all the exhibits here, but they have them in a PowerPoint here, and I don't have them in a PowerPoint the way that they do. So I'll ask them to help me out on that. So looking at, I think this is 319. We talked about we talked about this being the, I guess, the east side of the building. Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Did you take that photograph?
No, I did not.
Okay. Which is fine. Were you ever outside the building?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm not necessarily going to ask you about that, but you are, I guess, familiar with the east and the west side of the building.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the west side of the building. The northwest side is where the shooter entered. The south side, there's an entrance there, right? And so if you were looking at that picture, we would be looking at this side of the building, the east side, right?
Correct.
That I'm pointing out. Now, there are, on this diagram, this is State's Exhibit 3. I'm sorry, 1. Is it 1 for demonstrative? Okay, there's 1. State's Exhibit 1. So these would be 111 and 112, the two classrooms where the shooter entered and was firing weapons. Now, you didn't process 112 at all.
No.
And so 111, if we're looking at this would be on the, of these two X's, can you see these two X's?
Yes.
Okay. It would be the one on the right.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the window that we're looking at, you talked about how you saw a defect that appeared to you as if it was fired inside and out. Did you say that? From inside the roof to outside. Not somebody firing from outside of the building into room 111.
Are you talking about the bottom picture?
Yeah, can we go to, I guess, the next picture up in the exhibit? We get a look. I'm sorry, down. The next picture down. The next one where I think it's 1, and then can we go to the next one? That one. That window and that defect. Did you see the defect inside? Did you?
The bullet hole?
Yeah, the bullet
Yes.
hole. Yeah,
Yes.
bullet hole in the window.
Yes.
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You saw that. You saw that bullet hole from inside.
Yes.
And you felt like the bullet was going from in the room to out of the room. Or do you not know?
I don't know. No.
Okay.
No.
Did you, as any part of the investigation, because I know that, because at the time you were a ranger, and the rangers were all over the place, you would agree?
Yes.
And we've heard from, I think you're maybe the 6th ranger that we've heard from, you guys were, over the course of days, you guys were collecting evidence, photographing evidence, doing all those things to process this scene, right?
Correct.
And at the end of all of this, a lot of your findings went into a pretty large, kind of comprehensive report about what happened.
Correct.
And did you read that report?
No, sir.
You never read the report?
No.
Did you read your own report?
Yes.
Because you wrote it?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as, I guess, anything that you know about this case, was there ever any evidence that you heard of anybody on this side of the building firing into 111?
I didn't get that brief. We were just briefed with room 111.
Sure, I understand. But are you completely, like, other than what you saw in room 111, you don't know anything else, any other facts about this case?
No.
Well, let me ask you about that, because when we talked about 111, you kept saying that was the closet the shooter was in.
Yes.
But the shooter wasn't there when you got there.
No, sir.
Okay. So you would have had to know by some other information other than you looking at 111 that that was the closet that the shooter was in.
Correct.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. Do you have any other information other than what you saw in 111 about this case?
We got the brief on room 111, and that's the only brief I got. So that's how I found out that the shooter was in the closet.
I understand.
But
But part of the brief on 111 is the brief would be that we believe that bullet hole went from in the room and out rather than out the room and in, because that bullet hole is a part of 111. You agree with that?
Correct.
So you got a brief on 111.
Yes.
And the part of the brief was that we believe that it was a shooter shooting out of that window, not a shooter shooting inside that window.
No, sir.
Okay,
That was not part of the brief.
Okay, nobody told you about that?
No.
Did you, well, let's just assume it. Let's assume it's going from inside the classroom to out, right? Because you would agree if there was no other evidence that anyone ever fired any kind of rounds over here, which there would be if they fired rounds from that little courtyard area into that classroom, there would be, shell casings and things like that, right?
Correct.
So there's no other evidence of that, but we have tons of evidence that there was firing inside that room, obviously. Let's assume that it's from inside the room and out, okay?
Okay.
Now, when you're doing like a ballistics, right? So I say ballistics, but it's really like trajectory and trajectory rods.
Yes.
You've been trained how to do that.
Yes.
Were you the one that put these trajectory rods in there on this scene?
No.
Or did you just photograph?
I just photographed.
All right. In other scenes, have you been the one to do the rods and somebody else photographs it?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware of how that works. You're aware that a lot of times, not all the time, but a lot of times you would need kind of 2 points.
Yes.
Because if you get those 2 points, you can tell that it went from this point to this point, and that gives you a trajectory.
Correct.
Right. Sometimes you don't have 2 points, but the way it fits in, we kind of heard the way it fits in, can tell you something about it, maybe.
Yes.
But it's a little less accurate because you never can tell if it fit in like this a little bit or like this a little bit. You know what I mean? You can't tell with the angle unless it's just a completely tight fit. You would agree with that?
Correct.
Because if it's just a loose hole, you don't know which way that the rod went unless you have another one to connect it.
Unless you have another impact. Correct.
Right.
Yes.
Another impact. And so maybe I'm not explaining as good, but I think you are. So we have 1 point, we have 2 points. In addition to the rods, have you ever used any kind of laser to take a laser, put it through a hole like that, and then see if it lines up with any defect on the outside or somewhere else?
Correct.
You've done that before?
Yes.
So you're familiar with it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do it on this?
No.
So if you didn't do it and you have the 111 brief, do you know if it was done by anybody?
No, I don't.
Right. And what I mean by that is, for instance, you got a bullet hole in this room. You get a defect on this building. Could you, if you had wanted to, or somebody had asked you to, or somebody else there, take that laser system, shine it out of that hole, and see if it would have matched up with that?
Yes.
Right. Or see if it didn't.
Correct.
Because you can shine it through and go, no, I mean the laser, because the reason we use lasers is because lasers follow the path like a bullet does.
Correct.
Bullets tend to, unless they hit something, they fly straight and go down eventually when gravity ends up taking over.
Yes.
Right? So a laser could tell you, oh, that could work. That one wouldn't work. That's impossible, that's possible, or that's possible, or that's probable, or that's impossible. It could tell you those kind of things.
Yes.
Okay. And those lasers have pretty good range on them. If they're powerful enough that they can kind of span distances. I mean, not infinite, but they can go pretty far.
Yes.
And I guess what you would see, like if I shined it right now, I mean, most of us all have seen this, but if I shined it right now, there'd be a dot on that wall up there.
Correct.
And what you'd be trying to do with that laser is kind of line it in with a hole like a rod and see like, where's the laser shine?
Yes.
Again, it's not the exact same as having maybe the rods connected, but sometimes the distances are too far. You can't just build rods forever. If the distances are far, the laser's important.
Yes.
Okay. And that could be done with, if there were, kind of any time that you have a defect and then another defect that's a distance away, the laser can be used in order to see, either rule it out or say, yeah, it's possible that this is the round that caused that defect there.
Correct.
Okay. Now so you talked about, because I wanted to get a little bit more information about the closet.
Can we go to 322?
And Your Honor, I'd just like to know, please, that I may be going through some of these photographs that I have objected to based upon the fact that they were gruesome and based upon the fact that they were unnecessary. But because the court has allowed it, I just want to put on the record that I'm going through it, but I'm not waiving the objection. So that it doesn't appear that I've waived it.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to talk about that for a little bit. And then we'll talk about that. Okay, so the we're looking at, I think it's 322. Your Honor, may I approach the
yes, sir.
television? Thank you. So we're looking at 322, and this is the door. This is the door to 111, right?
Yes.
So this would be the like the outside door.
Correct.
Right. This would be the door that that the students and then eventually the shooter would enter into.
Correct.
So right here on that door, that would be what looks like a door handle with an exterior lock, or a lock that you can lock and unlock with a key.
Yes.
All right. Did you, when you were processing, did you try to lock that door?
I believe we did.
Okay. And were you able to lock it?
I don't remember. I think since I wasn't messing with the door and I was just taking photos,
if you don't feel comfortable saying, that's okay. I don't want you to say anything you don't feel confident about. We need to make sure that everything's as right as can be. But I guess, and the reason I'm asking the question is because you would agree, as part of law enforcement, and as long as you've been doing it. So what did you do before you were a Ranger?
I was in the Marines.
So you're a Marine. So you're military. Thank you for your service. And then you were a Ranger.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you do any like military police or anything when you were in the Marines?
I was an embassy guard.
Embassy guard. So you were one of the people that, if, in a foreign country, if somebody tried to attack our embassy, you would be the one to protect it.
Yes, sir.
Understood. So I guess you understand then with that experience, embassy guard, law enforcement, that door locks and locks on doors, especially in schools, can significantly hinder anybody trying to get in and cause mass casualty.
Correct.
And so you know that that our schools, almost all of our schools across this country, have developed policies that no matter what, during the day, at night, students are there, nobody's there, that door remains locked.
Correct.
Right, for their protection and their safety.
Yes.
And if the lock is not able to be locked, who is responsible for making sure that that lock is functional and is able to be locked?
I'm assuming whoever the teacher or maintenance,
sure,
somebody there.
Yeah,
I mean, whoever reports it, it has to be fixed.
Right, you would agree. It starts probably with the teacher saying, "My door won't lock," and then it goes work order, maybe goes to the administration, goes to the maintenance people, whatever else. But what you said is, and I agree with you, is that it is of primary importance for safety that door lock is functional.
Yes.
Right, because a shooter, like in this case, a shooter, if they are delayed in getting in or cannot get in, that can give other units time to respond.
Yes.
And perhaps do something before he's able to get in the room. Right?
Correct.
Okay, so in your law enforcement training and experience, have you ever heard of something called a fatal funnel?
Yes.
Okay, what is a fatal funnel?
When you're involved in a critical incident and you basically lose your peripheral vision and you focus on one thing.
Right, sure. Then that's like and you're talking about kind of getting tunnel vision, but at some point, if you're trying to get into a door or a hallway.
Oh, yes.
Right. Then what does that do? For instance, let's say multiple officer response. Can five of me standing here get through that doorway at the same time?
No, sir.
Because it funnels us in one by one.
Correct.
Maybe two by two if you're lucky and the door is wide enough. So a lot of times that can be somebody with a shield and people behind, or just people running in one by one into a door. And that's why law enforcement, they call that a fatal funnel, because if somebody's set up and ready, pop, 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 they could just knock down everybody that comes in as they come in.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can we go to that second? When they gave you, and this second picture will be 362. And I don't know, in your brief on Classroom 111, where you briefed that blood we see on the ground, that was the blood of the shooter. And that was his positioning after the BORTAC team went in and a tactical team went in and shot and killed him.
No.
You didn't know that was his blood?
No, I did not.
You didn't know that was his position?
I knew that. I did not know that was his position.
Like his ending up position?
Correct.
After he died?
I did not.
Your Honor, may I approach the television?
Yes.
Okay, but in being in that room, and one of the things, and I'm not saying that you first of all, you took pictures and you did a good job kind of going around the room, and also I know it's hard for you to take those pictures. It's hard for everybody to see. And we appreciate that you did it, and you did your job. This closet here, remember that door that we talked about, the outside door we were talking about, the lock?
Yes.
Right. If we open that door, that's basically a view from opening that door. This closet is directly across.
Yes.
Right. And you know from your briefing that the shooter was in the closet when they got in there.
Yes.
Did you know also that he was in the closet with the door closed?
No.
Did you know that as they breached, it was dark, and the door opened, and the shooter?
This is all based on hearsay.
Well, we're going to have everybody testify to it, and I'm not saying anything that they think is untrue.
It's still based on hearsay, Your Honor.
Well, sir, if you know, you can answer. If you don't know of your own personal knowledge, then tell him that, okay?
Yes, sir. Okay. So you said you did not know that. Did you know that the room was dark when they went in?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of a policy in the schools for the safety of the children that the teachers and the children are trained on, that when there is a shooter and they get an alert that there's a shooter on campus, that they are to go in, turn off all the lights, be quiet, and hide?
Yes.
Okay. So if it was dark when they came in, it would not be a surprise, because any teachers and students following that training would have turned all the lights off, been quiet, and hid.
Correct.
Right, okay. So this door, as we talked about in this little closet, is directly across from the door that we entered into. Okay. And in your briefing on room 111, were you briefed that this was the shooter's homeroom when he was in 4th grade?
No.
Okay, you didn't know that?
No, sir.
Right. Because if you had known that, or if anybody in law enforcement in that position had known that, and had known who the person was before they get into school or whatever else, or even when they're outside the school, that gives a little bit more information about maybe where he's headed. Not just randomly going into a room, but going into a room that he knows, right?
Correct.
And that's important, because if that was his home room.
Objection, Your Honor, he's testifying, he's not asking questions.
It's cross-examination. I'll overrule the objection.
If that was his home room in 4th grade, then he would know, just like any student there would know, that closet was there, right?
Correct.
If that was your homeroom or mine, and we remembered our homerooms from 4th grade, we would know the positioning if it hadn't changed, and the building hasn't changed since he was in 4th grade. But we would know that that's there. Now, a shooter who is perched there can create a fatal funnel at the entrance of that classroom.
Yes.
Right. Were you aware when you were briefed that when the BORTAC unit, that's the Border Patrol Tactical Unit, went in, what they did was they tried to do like a diversionary entry, where they came in and tried to distract at the same time as they were shooting, right? To try to figure out, because you got to figure out where the shooter is in the classroom.
Yes.
And it turned out he was here. They had to draw fire to do that. Were you briefed on that?
No.
Okay. Were you briefed on the fact that Wayne Jackson from the BORTAC unit was shot in the head by the shooter?
No, sir.
Okay. So, and that's because if you're on a stick, as they call it, you got to be on a stick because there's the fatal funnel and you can't all fit at the same time. You go into the classroom and go to the side, and Wayne Jackson is at the very end and he gets hit in the head and it turns him around. You didn't know that?
No, sir.
Okay, so it's safe to say that this shooter is a mass child murderer who wants to be a cop killer. You would agree with that?
Possible.
Based on those facts?
Yes.
As I gave it. And this shooter is, because a shooter in a mass shooting, you said you've worked several. A shooter in a mass shooting can kill themselves, right? That's something that has been done and can be done. A shooter can turn the gun on themselves.
Yes.
They can, continue to kind of roam around in the classroom and aimlessly maybe, or, doing stuff or saying stuff, or they can walk around the classroom with their gun. They can do that, right?
Yes.
Okay. They can try to escape if they can figure out or try to find a way to get themselves out, so they can commit the shooting and do this horrible, tragic, terrible thing and then escape the consequences of it. They can try to do that.
Yes.
By getting out a window, or even maybe trying to come through the door and shoot their way out or whatever else, right?
Correct.
But in this case, after he had committed his atrocities, he got in a closet and waited for the police to come in so that he could try to kill them, based on all the facts that you have.
Correct.
Okay. So he's a mass child murderer who wants to be a cop killer, and luckily for Officer Jackson, it hit him in the top of the head, spun him around, but didn't kill him. But had it done that, he would have been both a mass child murderer and a cop killer, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we could take that picture. So like you said you were trained on a Leica 3D scanner.
Yes.
And one of those things is with a Leica is that right. Yeah, and we say Leica, and but I think Leica is a brand name.
It's a brand name. Yes.
Right. What's it called? What's the generic name for a Leica scanner? If you even know, I've always said Leica, but one of the other rangers said that there was a system that was out there. It was called a total view or something. But you've been trained on Leica.
Yes. Well,
Okay.
it's a 3D scanner.
Well, let's talk about Leica.
Okay.
And 3D scanner. Judge May used to well.
Yes.
So we have a, just so they know, and Gary explained it a little bit, but it's a tripod, usually.
Yes.
The scanner sits on, scans an area, and can tell you, one of the most important things it tells you is distances between things at the scene.
Yes.
Right? And sometimes it may not be necessary, like you didn't do a Leica scan in 111.
No.
Right. And you wouldn't do that because the room was connected to 112 through I guess there was a door, kind of an open door that I suppose could be shut, but those two, you could pass from 111 to 112.
Yes.
Yeah, and somebody else had the brief for 112.
Yes.
Okay. So just in general though, because I know you didn't have the briefer out here, I'm not going to try to take you too far afield. But just in general in your forensics training, like a Leica scanner for, say, in this field, and in this area, this area, this area, this area, this area, that would tell distances between shell casings, between cars.
Yes.
Between car and a building, right? Between entrances, between these cars in the parking lot. All of those things, Leica pretty quickly would be able to scan it, get 1 million points of data, and then that's how it ends up, is we could end up saying, well, this is 15 feet from this, or this shell casing is, 10 feet from this shell casing, and this shell casing is 50 feet from that one, right?
Correct.
All right. So when we talk about this area here, I want to talk about shell casings and shell casing collection. Have you ever been part of this, Harry, what was that called, the line that they do?
Line search.
Line search. You ever been part of a line search?
Oh, yes.
Right? And you say that like yes, of course, and I've done it a lot.
Yes.
Right. So in this case, the FBI do a line search. They do a line search all the way out here, all here, looking for shell casings, right? And so the way they described it is, everybody's in a line.
Objection to comparing testimony to other witnesses, Your Honor.
I don't think that's an objection, and he's been proffered as an expert by the state.
I'll really objection. Go ahead.
So they walk in a line, and I see something. Everybody stops, flag, and do that. Is that your experience the same way?
Yes.
Have you ever had to go on your hands and knees?
Yes.
And what would the reason for that be?
High grass, weeds.
Sure. You can't necessarily trust, if you're standing all the way up, you can't trust your ability to maybe see something, so you get down lower to the ground.
You get down over the ground. I mean, you can use flashlights as well.
Right, sure. And so it's, you would agree that it's a thorough search, is what you're trying to do.
I would add another search. I mean, a different technique.
Which
one? In the past, I've used ATF canines that are specifically trained to look for shell casing, burnt gunpowder.
Right.
And yes.
And that's interesting, because you'd have like the canine that we see at the airport that is, and maybe sometimes at a traffic stop, hopefully not, but sometimes, that is trained to detect drugs, right? Cocaine. And those dogs that are trained to detect cocaine are, like, that's what they do. They detect cocaine. There's other dogs that are trained to detect bombs, and that would be really not, here's a bomb. What they're trained on is they're trained on the things that make up bombs. C4, other things like that would go into the bomb making if somebody were to do that. And then you have other animals, like you talked about, these canines that are highly trained to detect the scent of gunpowder, which would be on a shell case. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's assume that all the search is done the way that you feel should be done. And there are, if you look at this, I don't know if you got this from your brief, but I'll just tell you, because this is the state's map.
Objection to just telling them, Your Honor. That's not a question.
I'm just rephrase it, please. Yes, Your Honor. I'm just trying to orient you, because this is the state's map, and I don't know if you can see this red line. Can you see this red line here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is the state's map, and this is the shooter's path, and this is the culvert where he wrecked, right, at the start of this thing. Can you see that red X?
Yes.
Okay. So, a path that takes him the way that this path takes him, if shots are being fired along this path, they're being shot here, 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 here. All things considered, as an investigator, would you expect to find shell casings? Assuming they weren't picked up, assuming that they weren't moved, but a shooter shooting, as he goes this way, would you expect there to be evidence of shell casings to the right of where the shooter was?
It would depend on how he's holding the weapon.
Sure.
So he can be holding it sideways,
right,
and the shell casing going straight up in the middle. So
right,
they can bounce either way.
But I guess to go left, to start ejecting out from the left, he would have to be holding it upside down. If the ejector port is on the right side of the gun, when the gun's right side up.
Yes.
Right. So it would require somebody holding an M4 upside down and shooting to get ejection coming out the left side.
It's possible. I mean, it all depends on how the person was holding the gun. I mean, that's just a big variable.
And I agree with you. It's a big one. But we can say ejector port to the right, shell casing go to the right.
Right.
Right. Unless it's upside down, and then it would eject out to the left.
Right.
Not a common way to
No.
use an M4, right? Maybe here to the side, up, and the power is making it go up. But either way, all of this we're talking about, right or left.
Right.
You'd expect them to be somewhere around here.
Yes.
If you were shooting around here. Okay. And shell casings that are here and here would be consistent with this, with, you know, even from their own map, would be consistent with somebody firing along this route and this route.
Yes.
Right? Oh, these. Yeah. Judge, I'll pass them.
Mayor, to be exposed to a fatal funnel, do you have to go to the fatal funnel?
Yes.
If you don't approach the fatal funnel, you're not exposed to a fatal funnel.
Correct.
I couldn't see because I was sitting right directly behind Mr. Goss. He was talking about the shot coming from 111. Could you point that out just in general terms about what that we're talking about? Your fingers there on the east side of the wing. And then he was talking about a building that it could have gone to. That building there?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure I understand that.
Bill, you gonna have any?
I'm sorry?
Are you gonna have anything else?
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
And when you were the crime scene worker in this case, you picked up casings, correct? And fragments of bullets or bullets.
Yes.
And defects.
Yes.
And what's a defect?
Where a round makes an impact on an area, or a desk, a wall.
That's pretty standard stuff, right? If a bullet hits something, it leaves an impact and you can see it.
Yes.
And have you ever known a bullet to go through a solid object without leaving an impact?
Correct. No.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Just, you know, as far as approaching the fatal funnel, I mean, you know, all law enforcement is taught to be very cautious about a fatal funnel because a dead police officer doesn't help anybody, right?
Correct.
I mean, one police officer after another going in and dying and stacking up in front of that door is not going to save any of those children.
We're taught to get away from the fatal funnel.
Right. I'll pass it.
No further question.
Recall for this witness, either side?
Your Honor, this witness is out of country. I hope we can let it go.
Yes, Your Honor, and I do understand that. I don't want to keep him in, and I know he's got important work to do out of the country. So
You're excused, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rep Arena. May we approach as he's coming, Your Honor? Okay.
While we wait for them to come back, talk to me a little bit about what we just heard. So, you know, they were talking, the defense attorney said a dead police officer doesn't help this was headed, where they were trying to lead us to.
Correct. And, you know, kind of the conversation we were having earlier today about should he go in by himself, right? And we had that conversation saying that you could make some argument under the right circumstances that maybe that should have happened, but there's a little bit more justification of waiting on your backup, waiting to put a team together, because as we said earlier, once that officer gets in there and he is killed, incapacitated and can't communicate, then he's of no use in terms of relaying intelligence information to other teams members coming in. And so we want to go in as safely as possible, but we also want to have the ability to relay intel that are going to allow other officers responding to know where to go, so that, you know, that we can be as expeditious as we can with eliminating the threat.
Can you explain to folks the fatal funnel? You know, they talked a lot about the fatal funnel. Walk people through what that is.
Yeah, you know, in training, we tell police officers to avoid the fatal funnel, you know, or get through it as quickly as possible. So imagine going through a door. There's one way in the door, one way out, and that's through the door frame. So if you're a bad guy and you're on the other side of that door, and you know that the cops are coming through, it's like picking off fish in a barrel, right? As they come through. So we have to move as quickly as possible through that, strategically as possible, to get as many people through that fatal funnel as safely as we can, and not staggered through. So we train on how to do that as quickly as possible, and to reduce the risk and injury to our officers. But that's exactly what it is. When you're in that funnel, you're in that door frame, if you will, and you're on the other side. If you're a bad guy and you have your gun fixed, everybody coming through is just like target practice. And so you got to move quickly through there so that you don't succumb, to that type of situation.
Right. And so they also talked about, brought up the fact that one of the BORTAC officers was injured when they did finally make entry into the So they're clearly trying to make this point of, seems like what the defense is trying to set up is, look, he's one officer. You're expecting him to kind of go in and play Rambo, and that's not reasonable.
And it's not. I mean, we want our officers to be safe, and we train them to be safe, and so allowing time for a team to assemble. There are circumstances that would dictate otherwise, but.
All right, so we've got another witness.
You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given the cause will be the truth, so help you God. I do. Have a seat over here. Adjust that microphone if you need to.
Tell us your name.
Brent Barina.
And what do you do, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Texas Rangers.
And how long have you been with the Texas Rangers?
I promoted in October of 08, so a little over 17 years.
What did you do before you were a Texas Ranger?
I was a highway patrol trooper for about 5.5 years, from 2000 to 2005, and then I worked in our criminal intelligence service for about 3 years before that, or after that.
So how long have you been in law enforcement?
Almost 27 years.
And do you have any specialties in law enforcement?
A crime scene investigation.
Were you called out to Uvalde on May 24, 2022?
Yes, I was.
For what purpose?
The interior, different sections of the interior of the crime scene, inside the building.
And did you also conduct searches or crime scene on outside of the building, specifically as to the room 24?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and that's the one I want to kind of focus on right now, if I could. Okay.
Okay.
What drew your attention to room 24?
Myself and Ranger Scott Swick had noticed that there were some cartridge cases flagged. I guess we would have been to the south of the main building where the shooting occurred, and it indicated that there might have been some shots fired towards building 24. So we went in that area and started inspecting some buildings in that area.
And so from the casings, you started looking for buildings in which those casings could have deposited bullet entry.
Correct. We were looking for structures that might possibly have a bullet defect on them.
And did you find any with a bullet defect on it?
We did, yes.
And how did you confirm that it was a bullet defect?
It visually looked like one, and then we use what we call 3M lead check. It's a swab that you can test for lead. It has a activator and a dye that mixes, and when it's swabbed onto a surface that has lead, it'll give a kind of a pinkish purple color reaction.
And did you document that?
Yes, I did.
Did you document it with photographs?
Yes, I did.
May I approach you?
Yes.
So in your exhibit 634 through 645, you recognize those exhibits.
Yes, I do.
State Tenders Exhibit 634 through 645, and offer for amendments.
No objection, Judge.
They're admitted.
May we display?
Yes.
Ranger, if you need the pointer to help you point things out for the jury.
Thank you.
Showing you State's Exhibit 634, you give us just a general description of what we're looking at.
Yeah, that's an overhead view showing the main building where the shooting was, and then down towards the lower right where the white roof is. That's classroom 24.
And would you point out classroom 24?
Your Honor, may I approach? Please. This will be classroom 24. Here.
Thank you. And your testimony was you started from a point where there were a series of casings. Is that correct?
It is correct. Yes.
And you looked in a direction where that may leave an impact on a building.
Yes, correct.
So showing you Exhibit 635. Can you tell us, is that generally where you were talking about? Excuse me. Can you tell us in general terms, is that the area where the casings were and the area you were looking for impact?
Yes, we were looking. They were in that general area, and then that's kind of where we started taking photographs towards building 24, looking for an impact, a defect in that direction.
Okay. And the red X, is that a place that shows where the photograph 636, the next photograph, general terms, where that photograph was taken?
It does, yes.
Well, you show 636. And looking at Exhibit 636, can you tell us where the building is that you ended up searching or finding an impact?
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
It would be this. It's this building right here, this tan building, just to the left of that Chevrolet truck.
And Exhibit 637. What are we looking at now?
It's just as the photographer's walking forward closer to building or classroom 24.
So you just close in with your photographs until you get right up to it?
Exactly, yes.
And Exhibit 638?
Yeah, same building, just as we're getting closer to that building, photographing it.
And 639.
Same, now we're getting right up on it.
Okay. Did you find an impact?
I did, yes.
And what is the ladder there for?
It was a ladder I had that we used to get up to the height so we could photograph it and use the lead check swab to access that defect.
Okay. So that's the ladder you had to get to the impact?
Correct, it is.
And Exhibit 640, would you tell us what that is?
That's us getting a little bit closer to it.
Okay. And I want to take just a minute while we're still out a little bit. Can you tell us the nature of that material that the building is made of?
Yes, it's a sheet metal.
And does the sheet metal have ridges or different ins and outs of that sheet metal?
Yeah, I'd refer to it as kind of corrugated. It has ridges and, kind of peaks and valleys.
Okay. Point out for us where your ladder is. Point out to us a peak and point out us a valley.
Okay. You're on the map. I would consider this kind of a peak and then a valley on this side, valley peak.
So the peak is where the ladder two legs straddle it? Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then just to the right, there's another peak?
Correct.
Of the same size?
Yes, correct.
And to the left, is there another peak of the same size?
Yeah, it looks like where the conduit's attached to, yes.
And that pattern repeats itself all the way down the wall, is that correct?
It does, yes.
And so the peaks are raised and the valleys are lowered or further away?
That's correct, yes.
And not only, and is there an impact in Stakes Exhibit 640?
Yes, there is.
And is it in a peak or a valley?
It's in what I would call a valley, yes.
Okay. Would you show the jury again where the peak is?
Yes. The peak would be over here, and then the valley would be here.
The valley being recessed, about how far?
Maybe an inch, approximately an inch, something like that.
Okay. And did you point out the impact for the jury?
Yes, it would be this area right here.
And what you're holding is that what is that?
That's the 3M lead check that we use to test if it tested positive for the presence of lead.
Okay. And just to the left of that valley where the impact is, what is that?
It looks like a conduit, like a plastic piece of conduit pipe.
Can a bullet go through a piece of conduit like that without leaving an impact wound?
It could if it just kind of grazed it and skipped off of it. If it actually hit it straight on, it could go through it, or it could fragment.
Was there any impact on the left side of that conduit?
Not that I could clearly see. I mean, I can't rule out the possibility that it did impact that, and then the round fragmented, and then went through the surface, the metal surface.
I guess what I'm asking is, in your inspection of impacts, did a bullet travel through that PCV pipe and then enter that valley?
Not that I can tell. If it did hit the PVC pipe, it would have been on the edge closest to the impact site.
Excuse me, I didn't understand you.
I said if it did impact the PVC pipe, it would have, or the conduit, it would have been on the side closest to the impact site on the metal.
Would that be in the right-hand side?
Correct. Yes, correct.
So the only impact you saw at all was on the right-hand side of the PCV, if you saw it at all.
That's correct. Yes.
Not on the left-hand side.
No.
So do you have an opinion as to whether or not a bullet came from the left-hand side through the PCV into the valley and then into the building?
Yes, my opinion would be that it may have possibly struck the right side of the conduit and then into the sheet metal.
But not the left side.
That's correct. Yes.
And so, are you familiar? If you'll use the pointer one more time, could you show us again where room number 24 is?
Right here.
And where is that impact site?
It's on this west side right here.
And then is room 111
back on the east side of the fourth grade wing?
It is, yes.
And so could a bullet coming out of room 111 make that impact without impacting the PCV pipe on the left-hand side?
In my opinion, no.
But could that same impact come from the position you saw the casings?
It could, yes.
And that's why you took pictures of it?
Correct, yes.
May I approach your honor? May I approach you?
You can be seated in the courtroom. Thank you.
Okay, so we're kind of waiting to see what's happening here. It looked to me like the judge was looking at some photos, so I don't know if they're reviewing evidence or maybe folks out there caught. I don't think they're going to break. We've had, James, I've struggled today with where this testimony is taking us. It's generally, I've watched a lot of trials. Mm-hmm. Generally, trials kind of ebb and flow. You have the kind of dry ballistics, stuff that the stuff you have to get in. But I've been surprised today that they haven't punctuated it by some more gripping testimony. Kind of the mix. And I don't know. I don't know where this is headed at all.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly. I'm not an attorney, but it just certainly seemed like they took a long time to get to the point. They took the long route to get home.
It's just like it has felt that way today. Now, I mean, literally, probably the most interesting thing we heard today was when they started talking about the fatal funnel, and then I kind of perked up because we had been talking about that.
Yeah.
That very issue.
And one of the things that struck me when they were talking about that was that it was the last officer that got hit through the round with a round. So
on the Bortec team.
yes, and so so that spoke to the efficiency and the speed of getting through that tunnel, getting through that situation, and that individual not able to, presumably not able to get a shot off until the last officer was coming through.
But clearly, the defense trying to argue. One of the defense attorneys, I think it was Goss, said a dead police officer doesn't help anything.
Oh,
So
yeah,
clearly, trying to make the contention that
Mm-hmm.
if Adrian Gonzales gets to that school and he goes up into that school without other people there, that seemed to be where they're headed on this.
Yeah, and it's a point well made. But yes, I would agree.
Of course, it doesn't explain the actions later.
No.
Why they don't. And in fact, I need to pull up the indictment because there's been some discussion about what the indictment does or does not say in terms of. So, folks, I'm going to read. Okay. So this is what the indictment says. He's accused of, after hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter and having time to respond to the shooter, Adrian Gonzales failed to engage, distract, or delay the shooter, and failed to attempt to engage, distract, and delay the shooter, and failed to otherwise act in a way to impede the shooter until after the shooter entered the classrooms 111 and 112. Okay, so that's the whole part about him being the first responding officer.
Mm-hmm.
Then it says, after hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter and having time to respond, the said Adrian Gonzales failed to follow and attempt to follow his active shooter training to respond to gunfire by advancing towards the gunfire until after the active shooter shot at one or more child or children in rooms 111, 112. See, that still feels like to me that's more than just his actions prior to the other people arriving. It feels like eventually we're going to get some discussion about what they did and didn't do when they were going down that hallway.
Yeah, and there were certainly what I would call some prompts, such as gunfire. We heard gunfire. We knew where the person was, and we knew that gunfire
once they get in the hallway.
Right,
yeah.
there's continuous shooting, and so there are all kind of prompts from a law enforcement perspective that we don't need to slow down at that point. Those are prompts that we need to pick up the urgency and do more with our response. Then this is not a wait and see situation that we're in.
Which still makes you wonder, Adrian Gonzales gets charged, Pete Arredondo gets charged, but if we're going to start charging people, what about the other officers that are in the hallway and don't go?
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the things that I've mentioned today. Why this guy, and certainly as we get through this trial, it may become more clear, and it may be just as you said, because he was the first person on the scene.
That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, and who failed to take charge and who failed to act, and maybe created that cascade of events that led us for 77 minutes before we, entered the room.
Somebody's asking for us to repeat what the photo error was. So the photo issue was, and Rebecca Lopez explained this to us earlier when they were going through photos, and we didn't see it. There was a photo that showed LOL written in blood on the wall of, I believe it was in room 111. And both sides had agreed not to show that photo to the jury, but the photo ended up being shown to the jury, and that's what led to that kind of long sidebar and an issue. And I can't imagine, already given what happened with the prior witness with Stephanie Hale and her testimony being stricken from the record as a result of the issue that arose there, that the judge would be very happy that yet again something they've agreed to is shown to the jury. So I think that's what that was about, guys. Yeah, and somebody's answering the question. See, this is the interesting thing is I'm monitoring, YouTube comments, and the folks pay amazing attention. It's not. I can't. I've had situations where they correct me on things because we're listening in our ears, but sometimes because it's like you don't hear everything.
Right.
It's so. Okay, we're starting to see. All right, Okay, so I think we're about. Yeah, here we go.
Okay, please be seated. Okay, again, we've taken a matter up outside your presence, ladies and gentlemen, so you may proceed. Mr. Turner?
After you found the defect in State's Exhibit 641 behind you,
Did you thereafter go inside room 24?
I did, yes.
And the State's Exhibit 642 show us the entry then into room
Yeah,
24?
It does, yes.
And tell us what we're looking at in Exhibit 643.
That's the entry door to classroom 24.
Yeah, 643.
That would be the interior. That would be facing the west wall, the same wall that the defect would have been on the outside.
And there's in the next exhibit, 644. What are we looking at here?
That's a close-up of us pointing the camera up through the ceiling tile, and you can kind of see the hole from the inside of the classroom.
And State's Exhibit 645.
That's us up into the ceiling, through the ceiling panels, getting a close-up of the interior side of that defect.
Thank you. Now, that was not all you did in the case, is that correct?
It's correct, yes.
And did you also have an opportunity to go into rooms 111 on that very first day?
I did, yes.
And at that time, were there still the remains of this shooting in that room?
Yes. When I got the time I got there, when I went to 111, the only body that was inside the 111 was the body of the suspect.
Okay. And does the body of the suspect show his relationship to his gun?
Yes, approximately, yes.
And does it show how he was dressed?
It does, yes.
So as to compare to eyewitnesses who may have seen a gunman?
Yes.
Going next to 734. And you can go ahead and go to 735 now. And I'll just ask you, we just saw 734. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the man in black?
Yes, that's how I found him, yes.
And State's Exhibit 735, does that show him in relationship to a weapon?
It does, yes.
And would you show us where that weapon is?
On your monitor, may I approach? The weapon, the rifle is right here in the closet on the back wall.
Okay. And about how far from his feet?
I'd say within less than 2 feet.
Okay. And moving now into room 112 from 111. No photographs. We have no photographs of that, but you did see it?
I did, yes.
You did observe it?
I did, yes.
And would you describe for the jury what you saw?
When you walk in the main entry door from the hallway, there was a lot of desks that were kind of clustered up, scattered around, and then there was a concentration of deceased bodies kind of in the northwest corner of the room.
A concentration of deceased bodies?
Yes.
And were they adults or children?
There was children and one adult.
One adult and children?
Yes.
And were they clustered away from the door?
Yes. If you were to walk in the entry door, they were to the left in that corner to your left.
And were they away from the windows?
They were, yes. They were on the opposite side of the room from the windows.
Pass the witness.
Ranger, is it Marina?
Yes, it is.
My name is Nico LaHood. I'm one of the lawyers representing Mr. Gonzales. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay, yes, sir.
You've testified for board.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so you know how this works.
Yes, sir.
So are you familiar with a Hellfire trigger system?
I'm not, no, sir.
Okay. You've never heard anything about it?
No, I heard briefly them talking about it. I wasn't responsible for those two classrooms as far as the crime scene processing, but I heard talk about it, but I'd never seen one or actually knew what it did. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. In your duties as a ranger, have you done any training in firearms?
I have done some, yes.
You understand that there's some things you can put on a trigger to make it move faster and shoot faster?
I have heard that. I don't have any experience with it, though, but I have heard there are some things.
But you have done tactical training yourself?
It's limited. I'm not more on the tactical side. I'm kind of a crime scene guy. I've done some, but very, very limited.
Do you do trajectory analysis?
I do. Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so as part of your experience in trajectory analysis, you have to understand how to handle a weapon, how it's shot, how it functions to actually give a better opinion of your assumptions you're making, right?
Yes.
Okay, and when it comes to trajectory analysis, other rangers have testified to this, it's really an educated guess of what you're trying to put together.
Well, there's a little margin of error, but if there's a perforating defect in the surface and then a secondary one, then that's a good candidate defect for a flight path rod, and it'll give you a good ballpark estimate of some location of the shooter. There is some margin of error.
Well, the fact that you said ballpark means that it's not exact science.
It's not exact. Yeah, there is a little margin of error. Yes, sir.
And well, other rangers said it's possible. They use a lot of words like possible, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we're talking about possibilities. Now, you've heard of a misfire. Have you heard of someone misfiring a weapon?
I have, yes.
And misfiring a weapon has to do with trigger control. You understand what trigger control is, right?
I do, yes.
Okay, so trigger control is making sure that your finger is in a safe position and not hovering inside the trigger guard, correct?
Are you referring to an accidental discharge or a misfire?
Well, okay, fair enough. Let's talk about accidental discharges then. Okay, what is indexing your finger on a weapon?
It's keeping your finger off the trigger.
May I stand up, Judge? Yes. Okay, so we don't have a blue gun, but I'm not going to ask for one of theirs. So there's a trigger in a weapon, and we're talking about a handgun first, and then there's a trigger guard around the trigger, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then and this applies to a long rifle or a handgun, correct?
It does, yes.
And so when someone indexes, if law enforcement or if anybody training with a weapon is taught to index, you are taught to keep your finger outside the trigger guard. And if this is my trigger, I don't want to be in the trigger. I want to be outside the trigger guard.
Yes, if you're indexing, then your finger should not be in the trigger guard on the trigger.
And so trigger discipline references not being lazy about having your finger, because you hand a child a gun, they automatically, most people, even not children, will grab that handle and then put their finger inside the trigger guard.
I can't accurately say that, but that's possible.
An untrained person with not proper trigger discipline could potentially do this.
That's possible, yes.
And so many people that are not trained well, they automatically put their finger in that trigger guard, and that could create as you said, a misfire or an accidental
discharge.
Okay.
Yes.
And so there's no way for you to tell in your analysis of trajectory analysis whether somebody does an accidental discharge or whether it's an intentional discharge.
No.
Right. And so if we can we look at, I think, is it 636 and 637, the pictures you guys had? I think it's exhibit 636 and 637. Okay. Bill, do you have them or? Who does? He just showed up.
I was doing 7.
What is the image depict? That's what we need to know.
You don't have the number on it?
No, not on it.
Oh, got it. It is, can I see the ones you have, 636 and 637?
They're probably up there.
May I approach, Judge?
No?
The ones you showed him, Bill.
Oh, that's 700.
Okay, I'm sorry.
624 to 635.
That's okay.
It's in the sixes.
Here they are.
636. Thank you. Okay, so this is State's Exhibit 636 in evidence, but in the PowerPoint, it's whichever one they have. So this is 636. You testified to this earlier to the government, correct?
I did, yes.
May I push, Judge? And so I think kind of the question they were asking you was they were trying to talk to you about the trajectory path from this place in the parking lot to building room 24. Did you remember those questions?
Yes, yes.
In a hypothetical, if somebody was intending from this west side, this is the west side of Robb Elementary?
Yes, I did.
And you know now that the murderer came in here and shot all the way up until he entered the building?
I do, yes.
And as if somebody was approaching to shoot at that side of the building and had poor trigger discipline or just an eagerness to want to hurt people, they could have accidentally discharged as they were coming up and coming across to shoot at the west side of the building, correct?
Yeah, that's possible. The only thing I can say for sure is that there was one defect in that.
And that's my point. How many defects were there?
There was one.
One defect. So if somebody took the position that this murderer fired multiple rounds to the south side of the building over here, it would fair to say there should be way more than one defect.
Well, I mean, there's a possibility he could have fired over to the left or to the right. We just didn't find those defects. There's a possibility he could have fired more. All I found was one. So all I can say was there was at least one. There could have been more.
Well, whose responsibility was it to find if there were more?
I'm sorry?
Whose responsibility would it have been to find if there were more defects?
It was mine.
Okay. Did you find more defects?
Not in that classroom, no. Like I said, there could have been more that went out in the open air and landed in the ground somewhere way out there.
But at that time you found that one defect, you weren't told to look at room 24, correct? You were just looking for defects.
Yes, that's
right.
correct. Yes.
So you looked at all the buildings, did you not?
Yeah, in that line of sight, yes.
Right.
Yes.
And you could have looked behind the buildings too. I'm sure you looked behind
them. We searched that entire area, yes.
That entire area you searched?
Yes.
And you found one defect?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So back to my original question. If somebody made the claim that they were standing further down to the south side of the building, close to the east side, and that the murderer fired multiple shots at this person, you should have found more than one defect.
Well, I can't say that again.
Can we talk about probabilities?
Sure.
More likely than not, you should have found more defects.
It's probable, but again, like I said, there could have been where he shot over, depending on how he had the gun held, if he was and what the angle of the barrel. So there's something could have went over. I can't say he fired multiple. All I can say was that for sure, and certainly was that there was one round fired in that direction. That's all I can say.
Well, one round went in that direction. It doesn't mean it was intended to go there, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so this but what my question is, bullets don't just disappear, right?
I'm not sure your question.
Well, I mean, but if somebody, I gave this example to another ranger. On New Year's, we're told not to shoot guns up in the air, right? You've heard that safety announcement?
Yeah, sure.
Right? Why is that a foolish thing to do?
Because it can come down and hit somebody.
What comes down?
The projectile.
Right, they don't just disappear.
Right. Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
So if somebody shoots projectiles, multiple projectiles in this direction, there should be probably more defects than one.
Well, I mean, they could go over, and when they come down, they could end up inside the dirt, and we just don't see them. That's a possibility I can't rule out.
But bullets don't loop, do they?
Well, there's a parabolic. Once they come up, they're shot in a parabolic arc. So once they go over, they're gonna arc and come down. They could go into the ground.
If somebody's on the ground, if somebody makes the claim while they're on the ground that somebody shot at them from this angle multiple times, there most likely probably would be some defects on these buildings.
Yeah.
Right?
There could be. Yeah, I mean, like I said, all I can certainly say is there was one. That's all I can say.
Just one.
Yeah. Anything else I'd be speculating.
Okay. And I don't want you to speculate.
Yeah, I don't.
And so if somebody is intending to shoot this side of the building, and they had poor trigger discipline, and an evil intent to hurt people, they could get over anxious, and they could accidentally discharge up as they're coming across, because we know for sure there were many defects on this side, right?
Yes, there were.
Have you heard of a ricochet?
I have, yes.
Explain to the jury what a ricochet is.
Ricochet is where the projectile strikes a surface and then usually at a low angle, and then it ricochets off and continues its flight path past that point.
And so when a bullet hits an object, and when you do this in trajectory analysis, that's called an intermediary object, right?
You talking the surface it hits?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is.
That's right. And then that bullet can do something else.
Oh yeah, yes, can.
Was there a laser trajectory done from the spot we're looking at in Exhibit 636 to that one defect?
There wasn't, because that defect was not a candidate to put a flight path rod in, because there wasn't a secondary or a defect for us to run a rod through and attach a laser to. So it wasn't a candidate for it.
Was not a candidate for it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, sir.
So was that defect on the higher part of the building or the lower part of the building?
It was on the higher part.
And so if somebody on the ground said that shooter fired multiple shots at that person as they're on the ground, or at least standing on the ground, it's less likely that defect would be high up on near the ceiling, near the roof, right?
It depends on how they were holding the weapon and what the angle of the barrel was.
I said multiple rounds, remember that? So there should be more than one defect.
Yeah, and again, all I can tell you is there was one. I didn't see any more than one.
Fair enough. Now we saw that picture of the suspect in Exhibit 734, I believe it was. You recall that?
I did, yes.
That person lying on the ground, and I'm not going to show that picture again. Okay. That picture of that animal lying on the ground, that person is the one responsible for stealing those children, right?
He is the one that shot him, yes.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Mr. Barina, Ranger Barina, the weapon the gunman was using, you're familiar with it?
I am, yes.
And the round that he was shooting?
Yes.
What's the distance on those? How far can they go?
I would say at least 150 meters.
150 meters? Okay. And if they strike the dirt, would you be able to find it?
Probably not.
And if they're shot over the building, would you be able to find it?
No, probably not.
And on that exhibit that's in front of you now, to the left of that building, could you tell us what it's composed of? To the right of the building, excuse me.
Where the fence is?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was the air conditioned HVAC units.
No, I'm sorry. Would you approach? Let me go. This is where the building was struck. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And all the way across here, what is this?
It's open field.
Is there any way you would recover a defect in an open field?
The probability would be very slim. No.
And if shot above the building 24, was there a defect there that would have been recoverable by you?
Can you repeat the first part of the question?
Shot above the building, would you have been able to recover a defect shot above the building?
If it went over and into the grass, no, the probability would be very low to recover that.
And to the right of the building, do we have open field also?
We do, yes.
And the same question about likelihood of recovery.
Yeah, it'd be a low probability, same likelihood, yes.
Absolutely.
When it comes back to our map post, Judge, back to our hypothetical, if that same person that claims that the shooter from this position shot multiple rounds at them, and they're further down, you have this HVAC unit and all the fence that would be at the very least concealment, maybe even some cover for them, right?
For who?
Someone behind it, someone on the south side of the wall, of this building.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Right?
Yeah, it's possible, yes.
Well, I mean, it's not possible that's there. This is in the way.
Well, are you talking about the HVAC units as cover? Or the
yes, sir. If in our hypothetical, if the person's behind it, they would have to shoot through the HVAC units to try to hit them.
Well, again, it depends on how they're holding the weapon.
Okay, well, explain that to me.
Well, if the person's if they're holding it at the hip and the barrel's aimed up, they could get over those HVAC units fairly easy.
Well, unless you have to be 20 feet tall, right? I mean, what if the person is just regular height people? I mean, it doesn't lob. You can't lob. It's not a grenade, right? You can't lob a bullet. It shoots very direct, right?
No, not. I mean, the trajectory is based on how the weapon's hold. You can. Well, I've seen many shootings where they've hit the weapon and fired high, and a lot of their rounds were inaccurate because they had it at the hip and were shooting way high.
I'm not talking about inaccuracy. I'm talking about probability of hitting somebody because they're behind these HVAC unit. If someone's behind this HVAC unit, they'd have cover from the HVAC unit, right?
They would, yeah.
So the shooter would have to, the shooter would have to move out to the right of the HVAC unit, or however they're holding it, to try to shoot that person behind the HVAC unit, right?
If they were behind the HVAC unit, I would think so, yes.
Well, in my hypothetical, this person is behind the HVAC unit, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so like you're behind the desk. Let's say that desk is covered and I wanted to shoot you in the leg. If that's true cover and could protect your legs, I can't shoot your leg.
Probably not, no.
Well, if it's cover, I can't because I can't see your leg.
Right? Yeah, well, it depends on if it's hard or soft cover. If it's hard cover, it would stop around, then yes, you wouldn't be able to shoot my leg. But if it's plywood or something or soft metal, then it would go through and you could possibly hit your target.
So you don't know this yet, but we've already explained to the jury the difference between cover and concealment.
Okay.
So the material, this is concealment. This is not cover.
Right, exactly.
Let's assume this is cover.
Okay. Okay.
If I wanted to shoot your legs, I'd have to move around to shoot your legs, right?
Yes.
So same thing with these HVAC units. If there's someone behind the HVAC unit and I'm shooting from this place, I'd have to move around the HVAC unit to get line of sight on you to shoot you.
You would, yes.
That's right.
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
And so if that happened, and the shooter was further to the right, because in that hypothetical, that person is being shot at, we would see evidence of the person, the shooter, firing from the right.
It's possibly.
If someone made that claim, and you and I were prosecuting that case, what evidence would we present to a jury that somebody shot at someone behind that HVAC unit?
I guess we don't understand your question.
Would we bring shells and shell casings? Because we're making a claim that someone took a shot at them and they had a line of sight. If somebody was further to the right, should there be shell casings here if we're making a claim like that?
There could be, but again, ejection pattern analysis is not always accurate because if they manipulate the gun any kind of way, it can change that pattern. And if they're moving or the weapon's moving, then it can change that pattern. So it's possible, but I can't say for sure that would be an indicator of it.
Are you aware that there were shells found on this side of the building?
Yeah, my recollection, there was some there, and there was some on the other side of the gravel driveway, I believe, also that were marked.
What gravel driveway?
The one there, I believe.
No, sir, you're wrong about that.
Okay.
So it's just right here, right?
Okay.
Right on the edge.
Okay.
So that's my point. So if we found...
That's a misstatement of the law, of the facts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, what the lawyers say in their questions is not to be construed as fact. So therefore, if it differs based upon your recollection, rely on your own recollection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. And so, as we recall, we remember that there are shells up and down this,
yes, sir,
kind of up and down the edge of the parking lot, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if there are shells on the edge of the parking lot, would the shooter be on the right hand of the shells or on the left hand of the shells, knowing that you know what kind of weapon was used?
Normally it would be on the left hand side.
And why is that?
Because typically that weapon, or the most common ejection pattern, is usually to the right and slightly rear.
Right. So, and it's called the ejection port.
It comes out of the ejection port, yes.
And so they've heard this already, but just to make sure you and I are on the same page, there's a long rifle with an ejection port. The magazine comes in, you chamber it, you have a trigger inside the trigger guard. Once you shoot, then the casing is discharged, correct?
Yeah. When the bolt comes back, it's extracted, ejected, usually to the right and maybe slightly rear. Kind of from if you're looking at a clock, the muzzle would be at 12 o'clock, the stock would be 6. Most of them are going to be at 3 to 4:30.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And so if the shells are here, roughly, I mean, they're a little bit, but there's a collection of them, you know that.
Yes.
Then you agree with me that the shooter is to the left of those shells, that shell line.
That'd be the most probable position, yes. Unless there was manipulation of the weapon, something like that. But the most probable position, if it was fired in a normal position, he would be to the left of that.
But there were no spent shell casings found out to the right in that open area, to your knowledge.
To my knowledge, no. Again, I didn't work the outside.
Okay.
I didn't work that. We went over to classroom 24 just based on some intel that there was the cartridge casings found out there. So we went out there just to make sure nothing was shot in that direction.
1 second, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Pass the witness, Judge.
Do you have any evidence that the shooter in this case used this wrong trigger guard when he grabbed the gun?
Is that the one that the defense counsel was referring to?
The misfire? Yeah. Do you have any evidence in this case that the gunman, that the shots he fired were misfires?
Are we talking about misfire? Because a misfire and an accidental discharge are completely separate.
Let me ask about accidental discharge.
Okay.
What's your definition of an accidental discharge?
It's when the gun was fired when it wasn't intended to be. Somebody hit the trigger when they weren't intending to hit it, and the gun fires.
Is there any evidence in this case of the gunman engaged in an accidental discharge?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And would you go back to that exhibit that you just showed the jury? No, when you showed the jury. And I believe the defense repeatedly said, if there are casings here, and you said you didn't recall that. Is that correct?
I recall when we were walking from seeing some flags for casings where I just don't remember the exact precise location, but I do remember casings being in that area.
Is this pavement?
Yes, it is.
Do you recall seeing any casings on pavement?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay, and how many times did the defense attorney ask you about casings being in this area on the pavement?
Judge, I didn't say that. I said the grass area behind the pavement.
He pointed right here, didn't he?
My understanding was he was talking about the grass area. That's what I was assuming. He was talking about the grass area.
Well, let's take a look at what the evidence shows, okay?
Okay, sure.
Are there any casings on the pavement?
No, not that I see. Again, like I said, they were marked with flags, and we obviously can't stick a flag in asphalt, so they're on the grass.
And exhibits 112, 113, 111, those have been identified as being casings. Those are not on the pavement.
You're talking about the ones that are marked 12, 13?
Yes.
Yes.
And would you show the jury how far up the red flags go?
Looks like they go up kind of where the asphalt meets the concrete.
Would you approach the photograph and show the jury how far up those red flags go?
They go up to your, going past that drainage, where the drainage goes under the sidewalk, and then they come across.
And from that position, is there a line of fire to the defect that you found in room 24 that you've been talking about today?
Yes, there is.
Witness.
And evidence of an accidental discharge could be a defect high and away from any targets that could be shot at.
It could be, yes.
Right. So if you have evidence of a bunch of damage, like on the west side of Robb Elementary, and then you have what we call a one-off, right? A one-off high and above any potential target, that could be evidence of an accidental discharge as someone is swinging a rifle.
Yeah, I can't rule that out.
Right. Pass the witness, Judge.
And it could be evidence of somebody shooting from the hip.
It could be, yes. I can't rule that out either.
And have you said that you've seen people shoot high in these kind of shootings?
I have, yes.
So you do have evidence that people shoot high in active shooter situations?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
No, sir.
No, sir.
All right, sir, you're excused. The rule has been invoked. Don't discuss the case until you're aware the trial's over with, all right? Thank you very much.
May I have a point of clarification at the bench?
Okay.
You know, James, while we're waiting and they're approaching the bench, I want to talk about something you and I were talking about. They were talking about, you know, the door being locked, and you were talking about how in mass shootings, the situation. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, we were talking about mass shootings with schools, and from the research that we have from a law enforcement community, and the reason that we stress for teachers to teach behind closed and locked doors, because there's never been an incident in history that we know of where an active shooter has gone inside of a school and breached a door that was locked. In those situations, a person goes into the school, they check the doors, and they're looking for the easiest access that they can inside of a classroom, because they're trying to do as much damage and as quick as possible. So if a door is locked, they go to the next door, and they keep going to the next door until they find something that's open.
You want to pull out the single photograph from each one and just bring them up, and we can all look at it.
Okay.
Aspect of keeping doors locked and closed inside schools, but also making sure that we're doing regular checks of those doors that are perimeter doors that allow you to enter the building in the first place. And if those doors are locked in this particular situation, or any situation, right, the shooter doesn't get in at all because the door is locked and they don't have access. And so we do, and the state mandates that these things happen, but we were doing those internally anyway at our district, doing intruder detections, trying to find vulnerable spots on the exterior of the schools that would allow somebody to gain entry into schools. And so you see that routinely done throughout the state of Texas, because the state now has mandated those intruder detection audits be done. But prior to the mandate, we were performing those as well. So it's just important, and I can't emphasize that enough, that we're making sure that the doors, exterior doors, are locked and don't allow people access into the building. And then once you're inside the school, that teachers are teaching behind closed doors and locked doors.
Yeah. Oh, somebody's saying that they'd like to hear the bench convos. Well, we'd like to hear them too, but you know, we have to follow the rules of the courtroom. And one of the things about covering trials is we can only have the mics on when the judge says we can have those mics on, and when he says we cannot have them on, then we must leave them off. So that's a lot of the rules that you're seeing is us ensuring, because the thing about courtrooms is the judges have absolute authority when it comes to audio and video in their courtrooms.
Yep.
Good afternoon. Would you raise your right hand? You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given the cause will be the truth, so help you God. All right. Have a seat over here. Adjust that microphone if you need to. Mr. Turner, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, would you tell the jury your name, please?
Garrett Phillips.
And am I correct, you've been here since first thing this morning?
Correct.
Appreciate you being here. Could you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what is the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office?
The Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office is a county office statutorily established by the laws of the state of Texas to investigate sudden, unexpected, and unnatural deaths within Bexar County.
And what is the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner?
Fundamentally, the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner is one of the staff medical examiners, which is to say a forensic pathologist who is involved in the examination of persons who have suffered sudden, unexpected, or unnatural deaths. The Deputy Chief part, however, comes with additional administrative duties that see me as second to the Chief Medical Examiner.
And further on definitions, you said both forensic and pathologist, is that correct?
Correct.
Could you start with pathology and what that is?
Pathology is a specialty of medicine. It is divided into two subspecialties, anatomic and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is the study of tissues removed from a human body. Those may be as small as individual cells in the case of cytopathology, all the way up to the entire deceased body, as in autopsy pathology. Clinical pathology is the study of fluids removed from the body and tested in a laboratory setting. That is ultimately the specialty of pathology.
And how does forensic pathology differ from pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty within that area of anatomic pathology that I mentioned. Forensic pathology does prominently involve autopsy pathology, and as I said, that is a subspecialty primarily involved with the investigation of sudden, unexpected, or unnatural death.
Could you tell us about your training that has qualified you as a forensic pathologist?
After completing my undergraduate studies at Baylor University, I completed my medical doctorate degree at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas. That was 4 years. Following that, 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology residency, also at Baylor College of Medicine, and following that, a year of forensic pathology fellowship training at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
And when did you conclude all of that training?
2015.
2015?
Correct.
And so since 2015, what have you been doing?
From 2015 to 2021, I was an assistant medical examiner at the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences in Houston, Texas. And then I returned to be a deputy medical examiner at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office at the end of 2021. It was in the end of 2022 that I became the deputy chief at Bexar County.
And you said that as a forensic pathologist, autopsy is one of your primary tools?
That is one of the primary tools that we will use in investigating death.
And is that used in investigating cause of death?
Yes.
And how many autopsies have you conducted?
Between 2,000 and 2,500 as a staff, and that's going to include cases in which I supervised one of those forensic pathology fellows in training.
So both hands-on as well as supervising other pathologists?
The pathologists in training, correct.
Very good. And when an autopsy, an official report is presented, is that reviewed by other pathologists?
Yes.
And tell us about that review process.
In our office, each autopsy report is co-signed by the chief medical examiner. The exception, of course, is if the chief medical examiner performed the autopsy, in which case I will review that autopsy and co-sign it.
And so in reviewing somebody's autopsy, how do you do that?
When reviewing the autopsy from another individual, the key is going to be going through the autopsy report, going through all of the ancillary documentation such as the investigative report, and as well going through any photographs. Again, this is going to vary depending on the complexity of the case, but ultimately the review is geared towards whether or not you agree with the original pathologist's conclusion of cause and manner of death.
So when you said that a second person signs off, it's not just a matter of signing their name?
It is confirming that they agree fundamentally with that cause and manner of death.
And does that require reviewing both their findings as well as the photographs and to see if you agree with what they have decided?
Certainly at least the findings, yes.
At least the findings. And so that is a common practice of forensic pathology to review other pathologists' work?
That is our procedure at the office.
And can you tell us on May 24, 2022, did your office get involved in a number of autopsies?
We became involved.
And tell us about that. How did you become involved?
As I mentioned, our office is statutorily established to investigate deaths within Bexar County. On occasion, we may be requested and, depending on the circumstances, be able to assist with the examination of decedents who have died in other jurisdictions. In this case, our assistance was requested, and so we were able to fulfill that request.
And how many, approximately, were all of the autopsies in this case conducted by one pathologist?
No.
Was it a number of pathologists?
It was.
But is it my understanding you volunteered to step up and review all of those autopsies so that you could testify to this grand jury? This jury.
I did review these.
Okay. And after reviewing those autopsies, were you able to reach an independent opinion as to cause of death of each of the children involved?
Cause of death, yes.
And are you here to testify about those things?
Yes.
Okay.
And Your Honor, for the record, we won't have any objection to Dr. Phillips testifying on behalf of the work everybody else did, and of course the independent work he's done in that. So.
Thank you.
And if we could start with our state's exhibit 739, and I believe we're going to try to go. Is it my understanding that y'all labeled these children not only by number but also alphabetically so that you could keep up with them?
There was, based on my understanding, an initial alphabetical assignment. However, those were fairly rapidly, I would say, converted into more formal medical examiner case numbers that we will generate routinely within our office.
Okay. And did you take photographs then to identify these children both by number and alphabetically?
Yes, I believe that was done.
And so I would like to start with State's Exhibit 739.
Your Honor, if we could just, I mean, at this time, what they're about to show this jury is going to be incredibly distressing, and we're just kind of starting into it. We just have a warning for them that they know what we're about to state.
And I don't mind explaining that, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
As to these photographs that we're about to see, I just want to ease everybody's mind. These are not photographs of wounds, is that correct? There's been some things that have happened. Okay. Let me explain then. We are going to be limited. We are limiting our questioning to you, to the description of wounds in your opinion as to cause of death, which wounds caused death, which wounds did not cause death. But as far as photographs, we're not going to be showing photographs of those wounds.
I understand.
Fair enough? Which is not to say you didn't review those photographs, is that correct?
Correct.
But nonetheless, we are going to show photographs of the child so that we may identify those children as per what the indictment requires. Is that fair enough?
Understood.
So we will have a photograph of both the child alive as well as a clothed photograph of just the face of the child. Fair enough?
Understood.
And you're familiar with those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so now if we could start with Exhibit 739, Uzziah Garcia. And we have him by both number, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's the number that your department assigned?
That's correct.
And initially there was an A by that name, and that was also the way the children were identified?
Initially.
Okay. And could you describe for us, let's start with the wound. Were there, did Mr. Garcia receive wounds?
Yes.
And were any of those wounds, did they cause death?
Yes.
And what type of wounds caused Mr. Garcia's death?
The most significant wound in this case was a gunshot wound that entered the back. That wound ultimately, most significantly, went through both lungs as well as the thoracic vertebral column, injuring the spinal cord. After having traversed both lungs, it did enter the abdomen and injure the spleen as well.
Okay. You talked about several organs here, and I just want to do it with the first child so we can get used to that, okay? Could you kind of go through the organs that you talked about it penetrated, what the function of those organs are, and why penetrating those organs would be a cause of death?
So in this case, going through both lungs is going to cause significant bleeding, and it's going to impair the ability to breathe. Going through the vertebral column and transecting the spinal cord is going to cause a loss of sensation and motor function below that level at the thoracic level. To clarify, there are several levels of the spine. The cervical spine is the neck, the thoracic spine is in the chest, and then the lumbar and sacral spine are in the abdomen and pelvis. So this was in the region of the chest. The splenic injury, the spleen is a vascular organ, and so that would be expected to also contribute to the bleeding in addition to the lung injuries.
And could you show us just generally on your body the general direction or pathway of that gunshot wound?
So this wound entered in the back relatively high here, and it's going to go across and end up in the abdomen somewhere around here.
And in your opinion, that a gunshot wound caused his death?
Yes.
And were there other wounds that he suffered?
There was an additional wound.
Could you describe that for us?
That was a entrance wound of the chest. However, only a projectile fragment was recovered, and that wound path was very superficial.
So it would not have led to death?
That wound was much less significant, and yes, I could envision that wound not leading to death.
Any other findings of significance to share with this jury?
There were some other apparent ballistic injuries or fragmentary impacts on other parts of the body.
And could you explain those for us?
Anytime a projectile fragments, which at least one of these fragments did, or anytime there are other projectiles that have been fired in the vicinity that have fragmented, those can bounce or ricochet off of nearby structures, or they can perforate nearby structures and cause blunt impacts to the body that would cause these sorts of ballistic fragmentary injuries.
And so whether the bullet passed through another object or ricocheted off of it, you can't say?
Not given these findings. I couldn't be more specific.
And also, as far as distance determination, are you able to determine how far a weapon was from a body when the body received that gunshot wound?
In some cases, yes.
And in this case, was it very limited, the time that you found somebody with a very close gunshot wound?
In this specific case, I could not definitively say that there was evidence of close range firing. However, the reason that those other ballistic or fragmentary impacts can be important is because those can, on some level, mimic close range firing, and so that will complicate the evaluation. So in this case, I do at least have those fragmentary injuries, but I don't have anything that I could definitively say was close range.
And could you tell us how you determine distance and what the different levels of distance are when pathologists are looking at gunshot wounds?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, if I could make a recommendation just to reduce the secondary trauma that can be suffered. If we can just, we don't have to have the picture up while we're talking about distance and things like that. If we can add the picture, take it down, and then picture for the next one, I think it would be appreciated.
It's their case. However you want to proceed, Mr. Turner, go ahead.
Our problem is the PowerPoint just moves to the next child.
I guess we can click the button and then go on.
You can click it off. That's fine. That's fine.
Go proceed.
And we were talking about distance determinations. Can you tell how far a weapon was from the body when the body received the wound?
Correct. So in some cases that is possible. When a gun is fired, the bullet obviously is going to exit the muzzle of the gun. However, more than just the bullet will also exit the weapon. There can be particles of burning and unburnt gunpowder, as well as residues of combustion. If the gun is fired in close enough proximity to the skin, those additional items can sometimes impact or deposit upon the skin. And so those findings that we would most typically look for would be soot, which is an amorphous grayish black residue that is the products of combustion, that's the smoke coming out of the gun, or powder tattooing, which are relatively relatively punctate abrasions that are caused by the burning and unburnt particles of gunpowder striking the skin and abrading it and embedding into the skin. Beyond that range, it is possible for gunpowder to deposit on the skin, although because it lacks mass, it can no longer abrade the skin. In addition, under those ranges, if the muzzle of the gun is actually directly in contact with the skin, we can see contusions, abrasions, or lacerations associated with the muzzle of the gun on the skin.
And is there a name for if the muzzle is on the skin?
That would be a contact wound.
And what are the other classifications?
The other classifications would be near contact, depending on how much you want to lump or split. Something that's relatively near contact would probably be expected to have soot. That is, and this is a very fuzzy number, somewhere in the vicinity of the first 12 inches away from the muzzle. Now again, many variables are going to affect the actual distance, so the only real way to get a harder number than what I'm providing is to test fire the actual weapon against a witness panel with the actual ammunition used. But again, as a rough guide, about a foot. For powder tattooing, somewhere in the range of 3 to 4 to 5 feet is where powder tattooing will cease. For gunpowder particulate deposition, a very broad range, anywhere from 9 to 21 feet, gunpowder particles can begin to cease being deposited on the skin. As we move beyond that, we will have no evidence of close range firing. Some people would call that distant, although it's also reasonable to call that indeterminate because, again, depending on many of these variables, there may be different reasons why you're not seeing evidence of close range firing.
Thank you very much. And so we had talked about the wound that caused death. We also talked about the chest wound, and you were talking about this third kind of abrasive wound. Is that correct?
So in this case, there were the fragmentary injuries.
Fragment wounds. I next turn to State's Exhibit 740. If you could display that. Mr. Rogelio Torres. And is that your autopsy number 1380?
Correct.
And is there a wound depicted in State's Exhibit 740?
A wound is seen.
And what's the nature of that one?
That is a wound that is adjacent to the right eyebrow.
But that was not a life-threatening wound?
In this case, that was described as a graze wound.
A graze?
Graze, correct.
Thank you. You can turn it up. Could you tell us then what your findings were as to Mr. Torres?
In this case, 12 gunshot wounds were noted. The injuries that were produced included the brain, the right lung, liver, right kidney, thoracic spine and spinal cord, as well as the right humerus, which is to say the long bone of the upper arm.
And each one of those wounds, those 12 wounds, were capable of causing death?
They're all potentially going to contribute. Of course, a wound that is traversing the brain is going to very likely be causative of death in the absence of the rest. However, if you take out, for instance, the wound traversing the brain, a combination of liver, kidney, thoracic spine, long bone fracture, and lung injury might well also be productive of death. But again, these were all collectively present, and so they were all considered as collectively causing death.
And any other non-life-threatening wounds?
Again, some of the other findings, such as the graze wound, would have been present. So there was the graze wound on the right eyebrow. There were some additional, less physiologically significant wounds that didn't cause major neurovascular organ injuries that were present.
Thank you. Exhibit 741, Miranda Mathis.
Yes.
Could you tell us what your findings are in regard to Miranda Mathis?
In this case, there were 12 gunshot wounds. The significant injuries included the heart, both lungs, the liver. There were injuries to the cervical spine and spinal cord, that is, again, in the neck, skull base fractures, and there were injuries to the larynx and trachea, that is to say, the windpipe, basically, as well as the pelvis.
And any non-life-threatening wounds?
There were some additional injuries that, again, the ones that I described are the ones that are sort of the most physiologically significant. There were some additional.
Let's just stay with those unless you find a wound that you consider significant as to whether or not it was a contact or close contact, something that would make it different from the other wounds you're describing.
So in this case, there were 3 of the gunshot wounds that in this case did demonstrate the gunpowder tattooing that were mentioned. And there was some additional gunpowder tattooing on the right hand.
And does that suggest range?
So this would be indicative of close range firing.
And that would be?
That would be the powder tattooing. So as we described it, the intermediate range.
And the distance would be about what?
As I said, somewhere in the vicinity of that 3 to 4 to 5 feet is when that begins to cease. So I would expect under that. But in order to get a better number, it would be necessary to test fire the weapon with the ammunition used.
So somewhere around 3, 4, 5 feet away.
That's where it ceases. And so if it's present, it's somewhere within that.
Closer than that.
Correct.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 742. Alethea Ramirez.
Correct. In this case, there were 4 gunshot wounds. There were injuries to the brain, both lungs, the aorta, left femoral vein, the pelvis, and left femur. The femur is the long bone in the thigh, and an injury to the trachea.
And those were the significant findings?
Those were the significant injuries, yes.
And each of them were gunshot wounds?
Gunshot wounds, correct.
Thank you. Exhibit 743. Vea Bravo.
Correct. In this case, the decedent had 8 gunshot wounds. The significant injuries included the brain, the major neurovascular structures of the right forearm, and the left upper arm, and fractures of the right radius and ulna. Those are the long bones within the forearm.
And any of those sufficient in of themselves to cause death?
Certainly the brain injury, yes.
State's Exhibit 744, Ileana Torres.
Correct. In this case, there were 13 gunshot wounds. There were injuries to the heart, the left lung, the left upper arm vasculature, the liver, the facial bones, cervical spine, and the left humerus.
And was it a combination of the wounds or just a single wound that caused the death?
In this case, the heart wound itself would probably have been sufficient, but the rest were significant as well.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 745, Layla Salazar.
Correct. Sorry, could I see that real quick?
Yeah.
Just confirm the number. Yes, thank you. In this case, there were 4 gunshot wounds. There were injuries to the left internal jugular vein, that is the major vein that brings blood from the head back to the heart. In addition to that, there were injuries to the left lung, the cervical and thoracic spine and cord, the tibia, which is the long bone in the shin, and there were skull fractures with intracranial bleeding, that is to say bleeding surrounding the brain, even though in this case the projectile did not traverse the cranial cavity. It went close enough to cause bleeding inside the head.
It passed enough energy in to cause bleeding inside the brain.
Correct.
746, Annabelle Rodriguez.
Correct. In this case, there were 5 gunshot wounds. The right carotid artery and jugular vein were injured. Again, the carotid artery takes blood to the brain. The jugular vein returns it from the brain. Both lungs were injured, and the thoracic spine and cord, as well as the larynx, were injured. Likewise, with the injuries to the cord, what you will sometimes see is that blood will then enter the cranial cavity. So there was some subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is a type of bleeding inside the head surrounding the brain.
Thank you. J.C. Luavanos, 747.
Correct. In this case, there were 3 gunshot wounds. The brain, the cervical spine, and the spinal cord were injured.
Thank you. And each of these were gunshot wounds?
These are all from gunshot wounds.
All the wounds that you described for us are gunshot wounds, is that correct?
That's correct.
No other weapon caused any injury to this children?
None that was, no, it did not appear so. In fact, in each case, although we haven't specified it, projectile fragments were recovered associated with each autopsy.
Okay, associated with gunshot wound?
Part of the bullet, basically.
So that confirms for you that these are all gunshot wounds?
One of the things, yes.
Exhibit 748, Ileana Garcia.
Correct. In this case, there were 5 gunshot wounds. The skull was fractured, again with that same type of bleeding inside the head, subarachnoid hemorrhage. There were also injuries to the right axillary artery and vein. The axillary artery and vein are the major blood vessels that run from the chest into the arm.
Tess Mata, State's Exhibit 749.
Correct. In this case, there were 5 gunshot wounds. The internal injury was the brain.
Okay, could you explain that a little bit more?
Yes, there was an entry wound of the face that did traverse the cranial cavity. There were additional injuries of the back, buttocks, and left upper extremity. However, these did not cause significant internal organ injuries.
Thank you. Matthew Rodriguez, 750.
Correct. In this case, there were 3 gunshot wounds. The brain and the right lung
were the major internal injuries.
Jayla Seguero, number 751.
Correct. In this case, there were 2 gunshot wounds. Both lungs were injured. The aorta was injured. The aorta is the major blood vessel that comes off of the heart and carries blood to the remainder of the body. And the thoracic spine was also injured.
State's Exhibit 752, Amory Joe Garza.
Correct. In this case, there was 1 gunshot wound, which injured the heart, right lung, liver. Those were the major internal injuries.
It was just 1 wound, but it went.
Yes.
Could you just show us how that traversed?
Yes, that's correct. This wound entered the back about here, and it went from back to front. And as it went from back to front, it went through the lung, the heart, the liver, and then was recovered from within the body.
Thank you. 753, McKenna Elrod.
Correct. In this case, there were 4 gunshot wounds. The injuries included both lungs, the brachiocephalic artery. That is one of the major branches of the aorta in the chest that ultimately is going to split off into the right subclavian and the right carotid arteries and carry blood to the head and the right arm. In addition, the left femur, both tibias, and the trachea were injured.
Exhibit 754, Alexandria Rubio. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Go too quick.
Correct. In this case, there were 2 gunshot wounds. The major internal injury was the brain. The additional wound was a superficial gunshot wound to the back.
And State's Exhibit 755, Xavier Lopez.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Too quick. Sorry.
Correct. In this case, there were 3 gunshot wounds. Both lungs were injured, as well as the thoracic spine and spinal cord. In addition, there was a wound that perforated the scalp. It did not go into the cranial cavity. However, it did cause bleeding inside the head, subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage. Well, I should say, let me back up. It could have contributed to that bleeding. In addition, the injuries to the spinal cord lower down could have contributed to that bleeding.
Thank you. And is that the final report on the children that y'all did pathology on?
No, I have a couple more.
Of children or?
Yes.
Okay, could you share with us your next one?
My next one is case number 22-1399.
And can you tell us about that, and I'll come back to the name. My apologies.
Yes, in that case, there was a single gunshot wound that injured the heart, both lungs, and the aorta. This case also demonstrated soot.
And what does the soot mean?
So the soot is the close range firing that is, again, within that 1 foot distance.
And your final autopsy?
The case number is 2022-1400.
Okay. And we'll provide those with a future witness.
Yes. In this case, we had a single gunshot wound. That was a wound of the head injuring the brain and skull.
And thank you for doing all the work that it took to make these findings. Let me ask you, if I'm pushing too far, I don't mind going to somebody more familiar. But as a pathologist and reviewing the photos in this case, are you comfortable testifying that these were all children under 15 years of age?
Judge will stipulate to it.
I believe we have a stipulation that these were all children under 15 years of age.
Yes, Your Honor, we will.
Pass the witness.
Okay, then court will take judicial notice of the stipulation.
Pass the witness.
Your Honor, I guess before I start, I've just asked out of respect for the children and their families that this exhibit be sealed by the court, that it cannot be accessed by the public, that it stays with the court, because I believe that would be necessary to present.
I had already instructed the court reporter as to that, so.
Yes, Your Honor, I didn't know you had, but I appreciate you doing so. Dr. Phillips, you and I, we know each other, actually.
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you this, I hate to see you here, but I do appreciate what you did to document what that monster did to those children, and I'll pass the witness.
That's all, Your Honor.
Is he excused, not subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Goss?
No, Your Honor, we don't need him for recall.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. Let me see. We're gonna take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes to take care of another matter. So remember my instructions. We'll see you back in 10. Would everyone rise for the jury? Let me know when you're ready.
You know, we've been listening to the medical examiner just document these injuries to these children. 5 gunshots, 3 gunshots, 3, 2, 4, 2, 3, 1, and I've probably missed a few. Some of them at close range. The heart, the spine, the lungs, just on and on. It's sobering, and of course the jury is, you know, in the courtroom they're seeing these photos, but and I pulled, while we were listening to this, I pulled up the names of the list of these kids, and I was looking at 9 years old, 10 years old, 11 years old, and thinking back to the fact that my kid would have been 10 years old at that time.
Right.
So I just...
Yeah, it's heart-wrenching. And that is the reason that we have been given the responsibility and the obligation that we have to protect the public from people like that, or harm like that. And when we don't act, when there's a failure in leadership and when there's a failure in police action to rapidly intervene, people die. And this is the consequence of what you see when there's a failure to act, or we don't act, or we're slow to respond. And we just cannot have another Uvalde ever again. It just can't happen.
No, we can't. And I wasn't surprised by the defense attorney. You know, he says he asked the photos be sealed, and of course the judge said he'd already done that. But then he didn't really cross. He didn't cross at all. The medical examiner, he said, "I appreciate what you did to document what this monster did to these children." And then because there's, from his perspective as a defense attorney, there's probably not much benefit for the jury to continue seeing those photos of what happened to these children, the devastating injuries that they suffered at the hands of this monster, because he definitely was a monster.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, the public expects us to act and protect them, whether it's children, whether it's adults, and we train. That's the thing. We train for these type of encounters. We train for these type of situations so that we're ready to respond to minimize the amount of death, the amount of injuries, and so it's just critical that we act. And you know, we try to frame it, like I said, I think earlier, if this were your loved one,
yeah,
that's at that school, or is at that daycare center or a football stadium, if it's your relative that we're responding to, you know, how would you want that response to look like? What would you want it to look like? Would you want us as law enforcement to do everything within our power, everything that we could do to minimize that type of result? And we have to say at all times that we did our very best, even if the outcome is not the desired outcome, but we did our very best.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear that did not happen in this case. You know, whether Adrian Gonzales is ultimately convicted in this case, it's pretty clear that that more children died than
needed to.
Yeah, I mean, this monster could have been stopped a lot faster, and we'll never know. Could he have been stopped before he ever made his way into that building? Right. You know, and those are the things we just don't know. I'm going to text Rebecca and see if she's listening right now.
And you know, and I'll throw out too, you know, a locked door at that school would have prevented all of that.
Well, locked door to the exterior, a locked classroom door,
Doors.
and that's why you said y'all train on that.
Right, and we try to emphasize that with our school staff, that the importance of that, because we don't want people to penetrate our schools, get inside school buildings through doors that are just simply left unlocked or not operational.
Yeah.
Not functional.
Well,
and so it's all aspects of safety, and it's everybody's responsibility. You know, not just the police, but the staff that work there. It's everybody's responsibility to ensure the safety of the kids.
I'm gonna pull her up because I know she's been listening to this, and obviously she's been, you know, she's on her way back, but she was in that courtroom all the way. Hey, Rebecca, I thought we'd get you on the phone and just get your reaction to what we heard, just the description of the wounds that these children had.
I mean, it is very disturbing. I'm sitting here with Josh, the photographer who went with me to Corpus Christi, and we've been listening all the way back because, you know, we want to keep up with the trial, and we'll probably go back there at some point. But as we were listening, he was like, oh my gosh, like you realize that the children were shot. I just had not heard that there was a child that was shot 13 times. That's, I can't even imagine what the parents are going through. And I do want to say that in the courtroom, there's probably only about 4 or 5 families that are there representing the children. I think that this is just too hard on them. They know they've been told, you know, what happened to their children. And I think that some families have just chosen not to be there. They don't want to have to relive this horror. And the judge is sealing the photos, which I think is a good thing to do. No one needs to see all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wasn't surprised by Nico LaHood not wanting to go through this with the medical examiner, because obviously it doesn't behoove his client for those photos to continue to be, you know, shown in the courtroom.
Well, absolutely. You don't want to, you know, what are you going to say in cross-examination? I just think that also, though, the reality of why you do reveal that is because, again, as we were talking about, there were children that some probably did die, you know, almost as you know, when they were shot, but others did not die as quickly, and that's going to play into the prosecution's case, that maybe some of them could have been saved. I thought there would be more questioning on that aspect from the medical examiner. You know, because to me, that would feel like that would be something that would be pertinent to Adrian Gonzales' case.
Yeah, like questions about, you know, maybe whether or not specific children would have died immediately, or would they have? Or
Bled
you
out.
know what I mean? Yeah, or, yeah, bled out.
Yeah, exactly. I would have wanted to hear maybe a little more questioning on that. So we could have known. I mean, you know, the reality is that some of those children just, you know, died, you know, instantly because of the wounds. But then, you know, others, you know, didn't. They suffered. And that's I think that's so hard. You know, I mean, Tanya, you and I are mom. I mean, James, you just had you know, 2 kids, and it's just, you know, to listen to that, it's just hard. This trial's just difficult. I can't even imagine what the jury is also going through. I'm going to ask some of the reporters that I know that are in the courtroom today. There's a Uvalde reporter, and she has been covering it since day one, and she is been sitting in the courtroom both in the morning and afternoon, and has done a fabulous job of covering this for the last almost 4 years. And so I would like to get her perspective, because she's also very close to the families.
Well, and if you're the reporter, you know, as a reporter in that community, you would know everybody. You would feel a deep connection in ways that we couldn't feel, right? You know.
Yeah, you know, something that has struck me as I've been listening to this whole trial and being in the courtroom, sometimes I feel like it's actually the defense that seems to be more compassionate towards the family, the witnesses, the jury. It feels sometimes like the prosecutors are just sort of going through the motions and doing their case, not necessarily warning the jury about. It was the defense, I believe, that said, can you warn them about what they're about to see? And so I have found that to me, Nico LaHood has been far more compassionate towards the witnesses than I have seen the prosecutors. They're like, okay, pass the witness, instead of, thank you so much for, you know, I know this has been difficult for you to come back and talk about this. I have found that very interesting, Tanya.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to. Maybe he's just a better lawyer. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
He's got maybe it's trial manner. I don't know. I mean, I've never, you know, dealt with either of these prosecutors, but it is interesting. And you know, even LaHood going out of his way to make sure that the exhibit was sealed, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's, you know, what, and when the families did an interview after, when they nearly got that mistrial, they actually praised the defense. They're like, this guy is a great lawyer. He's, you know, seems very compassionate. And they were talking about how difficult they thought it was going to be, perhaps, to win this case because of the level of, you know, how he's at a high level as a defense attorney.
Yeah. Well, that, and as you well know, that's not something you hear very often. I mean, that's a real turnaround.
Yeah. Yeah, so, but no, I will be curious to see how they felt. I mean, I know that there's a couple of parents, but like Jackie Casares, his uncles, and their wives are in the courtroom. I did see her parents as well, and then I think there's maybe 2 other families, and I think again, they want to know the outcome, and they wanted justice, but they can't sit through there and hear that. And in fact, they actually have victims counselors with the families, and you see them taking care of them and making sure that they're okay. And I do believe that they're even talking about, you know, offering counseling to the jurors after this as well. I've never heard. By the way, one of the things that I wanted to tell you, Tanya, that I forgot, we were talking, I heard y'all talking about the school being shut down, and they built a new school, but they are leaving that school up because I was talking to that Uvalde reporter and a reporter out of San Antonio that's also very close to the defense and to and the prosecutors and have covered this case. They said that there is a possibility that they may take the jury there.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
They left the school up in case they need to take either one of the juries to the school.
Wow.
Yeah, and that they've talked to them about, because maybe they need to see it. They need to see where Adrian Gonzales was in relation to where, because it's hard to, tell when you're looking at the photos. It's hard to tell where one or the other, may have been. And so there is that possibility that they may bust the jury down there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I know that you're right. Like, in listening to the testimony, sometimes it's hard to keep track of, south side of the school, west side of the school, east side, and you're going, and I could see why actually seeing it would be helpful. Now,
and they've done that with juries before.
Yeah.
I know that they've taken them to certain crime scenes so they can see what it looked like. I think like the Jean-Benet Ramsey or one of those. I can't remember which one of the big cases, but I know that they've taken people before with jurors.
Yeah.
Rebecca, are there some family members that have opted to stay in the courtroom the whole time for all of this?
Yeah. All of it, yeah, they have. I know Jackie Gossett, family's been there every day in the courtroom, and they're the ones that we keep hearing from that are doing a lot of the interviews. And some families have chosen not to talk, and in fact, some families were told by prosecutors not to talk to the media, but they've just ignored the prosecutors. That there's not a very warm relationship between the families that are going to the courtroom and the prosecutors.
Well, how many times in our career have we had police or prosecutors tell families not to talk to us?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, and it's, some families, I totally understand why they don't want to talk to the media. It's a very painful thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But some families do find it cathartic, or they do want their stories told about their loved ones and what happened. They want the story of who that child was or who their loved one was. So there are families that do want to talk, and there are families that want to let the media know how they're feeling about what's happening with the case or what they want the state to do. And so it is important to them that they be there, and it is important for some of them to talk to us.
Well, and the way I look at it is when families talk, that's how the stories stay more victim-centered.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I'd be curious too, are there any representatives from law enforcement at the trial?
Like, have you seen?
Have I seen what now? I'm sorry.
Like representatives from law enforcement attending the trial?
No, only they have a lot of security in the courtroom from Texas Rangers that are in plain clothes, and they sit in the back of the courtroom and they escort the families, they escort the prosecutors, they escort everyone in and out of there. They even escort the victims, the people that are helping with the victims, the counselors, and so. They do have law enforcement. It's mainly people that are there for security purposes, and they are running security is tight. You do have to go through the metal detectors twice, and you have to have a pass, and the courtroom doors are locked. You cannot go in. They're glass doors so people can see when somebody walks up, but you cannot get into the courtroom without a pass. And they have designated seating for everybody.
Okay. All right, Rebecca. Well, the judge is back, and Adrian Gonzales is back in the courtroom, so we're going to let you go. And again, safe travels. I hope you're close to getting home. So
I'm actually just pulled up in front of my house. Thank you, Tanya.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Well, I think we got sound back in the courtroom.
Okay, please be seated in the courtroom. State.
Your Honor, we do have the last two children that the pathologist talked about, and
Judge, we have talked to the prosecution. We've agreed to allow them to show the jury and to tell the kids' story.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, for identification purposes, they've agreed to allow the photographs to be shown without the pathologist testifying. He already did testify about them, but to just tie it up.
Yes, Your Honor, and I would be, if I could be clear, without waiving any previous objections that we've made, it's just in this circumstance, the situation, we're assuming the court would have the same ruling, and that's why we're making that accommodation.
Correct. Just 1 second.
These are photographs of Jacqueline Cáceres and Javier Lopez.
They were just playing here.
Okay.
And that was number 1399, and that's the last autopsy that the pathologist talked about. And then 1400. Thank you.
All right.
And it was 1400.
Javier Lopez.
Okay, thank you. Your next witness.
State calls Jennifer Lugo.
Your Honor, I do believe that the subject matter of this witness would go into a motion of limine that we've raised previously. I don't know if you'd like us to approach or.
We're just going to talk about the events that day.
Well, if you'd like us to approach.
Okay. Come on up. Just 1 second, man. We'll get you right up here. Good afternoon. Would you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony given this cause will be the truth, so help you God. All right, please have a seat over here. That microphone will adjust, so make it comfortable for you and try to speak up so everybody can hear you.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Jennifer Garcia.
And Ms. Garcia, where do you currently reside? Don't tell me the address, it's the town and the county.
Uvalde, Texas.
Okay. And I'm going to take you back to the day of May 24th of 2022. On that day, did you have a child that went to Robb Elementary?
Yes, I had one.
And what was her name?
Ileana Amaya Garcia.
And where is Robb Elementary? Just to clarify for the record, is that in Uvalde County?
Yes.
Okay. And you dropped her off at school that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And was there something special about that day?
Just that they were having an awards ceremony for the end of the year, school year.
Okay. And was it a normal morning for you when you dropped her off?
Yeah, I mean, I have more other children, so I dropped them off, made my rounds, dropped her off, and then went home just to get ready for the awards.
And did you attend the awards ceremony that morning?
Yes.
And did she, in fact, receive an award?
She did. She received one. I believe it was like a helping kind of student award.
And were you there to see her get that award?
Yes.
And did y'all take pictures and all that?
We did. She took a picture with her sister and a picture with her with the certificate.
Now, at some point, did you hear that there was something happened at Robb Elementary?
Not at that moment, not until I went home shortly after.
Okay, so you left her at school that day?
I did. She wanted to come home. She asked if she could come home, but I told her no, to stay in school. Because after the awards, earlier that week, I believe we had gave the teacher $2. They were all gonna pitch in for pizza and have like a movie fun day kind of thing. So I told her no, that she didn't need to come home for her to stay at school, and that I would pick her up later.
Okay. And at some point, so you returned back to your home?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you return back to Robb Elementary School?
I did. After shortly getting home, not that long ago, a neighbor came and asked where my girls were. I told her they all went to school but one. And she's like, okay, well, you need to get to Robb ASAP. And I'm like, why? What's going on? She's like, there's something going on. They believe that there's a shooter at the school. So I just grabbed the baby, jumped in the car. I believe we both went barefooted. She met me there. She took the baby, and I just started running, and there was just chaos. I mean, there was already people, cops there. I mean, everything was just hectic.
And at some point, were you directed to the Civic Center?
Yes, well, shortly after waiting there, seeing what's going on, asking where my daughter was. We couldn't find her. Kids were just running everywhere. Kids were loading up on the EMS. Shortly after we couldn't find ours, they're all like, well, just check hospitals. But they redirected everybody to the Civic Center to wait for any updates, because they were still trying to get all the children directed that way.
Okay. And once you got to the Civic Center in Uvalde, what happened there?
It was just like we just had to wait for any updates. I mean, we waited there for a couple hours. Unfortunately, ours, I want to say we were the second, third to last parents. At the end of the day, about 9ish, 10 to find out that one of our children was one of the deceased.
Okay. And who told you that your daughter had died?
I don't know. Was it? I don't think they were DPS. It was some officers that were in a room. I don't remember who they were.
Okay. And how old was your daughter when she passed away?
9.
And was her birthday coming up?
Yes, her birthday was supposed to be June 4th.
Okay.
The weekend after that week.
Okay. And again, state her name.
Ileana Amaya Garcia.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Ms. Garcia, I'm so sorry for your loss. That's terrible. And I pray to God for his peace for you and your family. I'll pass the witness.
You have a question, John?
Okay, is she subject to recall, or is she excused to remain in the courtroom if she so desires?
She's excused. We had talked about that, and I guess if we could approach on that, but for the moment, we just there was supposed to be an agreement, and I don't know if we've actually made that agreement.
Well, I mean, if she's not subject to recall, anyway.
Yep. Yes, Your Honor. There were some conditions that we had spoke about that I don't think we've actually revisited. But at this moment, we.
Well, ma'am, you've testified you're not subject to recall. At this time, it's up to you. You can have a seat in the courtroom or go about your business, whatever you'd like to do. All right? Thank you.
That was our last witness for the day, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end a little early. We will resume at 9 o'clock on Monday morning. It's extremely important you remember my instructions. Please don't read anything, watch anything, or listen to anything that may be in the media about the case. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you. Should some of you get here early and you're in the jury room without the other jurors, remember, don't talk about the case. Wait until all the evidence is in. Have a wonderful weekend, and would everyone rise for the jury?
Okay, we're obviously ending the day with emotional testimony from Jennifer Garcia, the mother of Ellie Garcia. Mm-hmm. And, that's what brings it all home. We just heard the
Okay,
medical
we'll be recessed
examiner
till 9
talk
a.m.
about
Monday morning.
all the wounds that these children had, and then to hear the mother and her talk about how the little girl wanted to come home and she told her to stay in school.
Yeah.
And like, you know, I'm listening to her, and as a parent, my heart's breaking.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's very emotional testimony, and again, I can't emphasize enough the importance of law enforcement response.
Yeah.
And when people need our help, we have to respond. We have to do the job. These are the consequences of our failure to respond, and I can't say that enough. And it's on leadership. It's on people who were in decision-making positions at that day and decided not to act for whatever reason. And you know, we just cannot have law enforcement painted with that kind of a brush. And if there's anything that I could say positive, is that there have been several instances of active shooters that have happened since Uvalde. And we've seen law enforcement respond bravely. We've seen them go in and do the job that is expected of them on these occasions. And so I feel confident that law enforcement, except on this day, law enforcement, they understands their role. They get it right, and they do it with frequency. And so I think the community as a whole should feel very good about a law enforcement response because we've proven, our track record has proven that we're capable, that we can handle situations like this, and have in fact handled situations like this with great success. Uvalde, we hope is a one-off, and we hope that that doesn't happen again, and we have to understand the lessons learned behind that so that we don't make the same mistakes. We need to do what we need to do in terms of fine-tuning training and fine-tuning the message and making sure that's repetitive so that law enforcement never ever has to be in this type of a situation again where we're standing trial for potential criminal behavior because of our inaction. And so we hope that we don't ever see this again. And I feel confident, like I said, at what I've seen and what I've experienced in terms of law enforcement response to active shooter incidents. Despite Uvalde, I think we're getting it, and we're getting it right, and we have a track record of doing what we need to do in those types of situations.
Yeah, James, and I obviously I couldn't have said it better, and I really want to thank James for joining us today. James Hawthorne, again, he is a former chief of Cedar Hill ISD. James and I have known each other for about 25 years, right. So we go way back, and I knew that you would be a great guest today, and somebody who could really help walk our viewers through what police should do, right. What should happen, and obviously the lessons learned from this, because, you know, I hope to God that I never have to watch another trial like this.
Right. You and me both. You and me both.
Well, folks, we will be back on Monday at 9 a.m. and we will be continuing our gavel-to-gavel coverage of this trial. Thank you for joining us.